Okay, good morning, everybody. My name's Gord Perks. I am the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. We have quorum. I am calling meeting 26 to order. Welcome. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in the Council Chamber. The meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. As we are meeting in the Council Chamber, please note that you will be able to control your microphones as you would in the committee room. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, where'd Councillor Matlow go? I actually need Councillor Matlow. We're tight for quorum right now. Councillor Crisanti is going to be joining us at 10. I don't have any word on Councillor Bradford. How about them Jays? Thank you. So there are no declarations of interest. Can I have a motion to confirm the minutes from the October 30th meeting? Councillor Myers, all those in favor, opposed, carried. There is a new item of business that we need a motion to add. PH 26, I don't know the number, 444 Logan Avenue, making quality of life and environmental improvements for seniors. I have a motion to add that to the agenda. Councillor Matlow, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Before we do the agenda rundown, I have a pleasant duty. Tamara Anson Cartwright is on our heritage team, has just been named the winner of the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Canadian Association of Heritage Professionals. Tamara is a program manager in the Heritage section and in the City Planning Division. Throughout her 38 years of public service, 11 with the City and 27 with the Ontario public sector, for which we forgive her, Tamara has been a dedicated public servant, making extraordinarily significant contributions to the conservation of Ontario's built heritage. Some of the key contributions she has made include the Spadina Gardens in Toronto, the rehabilitation of Lister Block in Hamilton, and preserving Niagara Park's historical generating stations. Tamara also is a long-term volunteer with many heritage organizations, sharing her deep expertise and knowledge for decades with other heritage professionals and community leaders. Tamara, congratulations on this incredibly prestigious award, and once again, thank you for your public service. And I will note she won the award as a City of Toronto employee and not an Ontario public servant. Just a little thing I noticed. Okay, let's do the agenda rundown. PH 26.1, Community Improvement Plan Amendments for the Economic Development and Growth in Employment Incentive Programs to increase tax increment equivalent grants and annual program update reports. Does anyone want to hold that? Are there any members of the public? Oh, Councillor Myers would like to hold that? Okay. PH 26.2, Growing Space for Trees, Protecting and Enhancing the Tree Canopy while supporting infill housing and addressing concerns with Iceberg Homes recommendation report. We have deputants. PH 26.3, Multi-Tenant Houses Regulatory Framework Implementation Update. We have speakers. 26.4, Housing Action Plan, Avenue Policy Review, Phase 2, Initial Study of Wards 9 and 11. We have speakers. Our Plan Toronto recommendations on the East Harbour Employment Area Conversion Report, final report. Councillor Fletcher has asked me to defer this item. Okay, so we're going to adjourn the public meeting on the item until such time as the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, report back on further discussions with Cadillac Fairview and the Province of Ontario on additional proposed changes to land use permissions in the East Harbour, and by no later than June 11, 2026, meeting of the Planning and Housing Committee, and that no further notice of special public meeting be given. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 26.6, North York at the Centre Directions Report for an updated secondary plan. There are deputants, but I would like to let everybody who's signed up to depute on this know. Councillor Chang has asked that we defer this until the February meeting, I believe. Yes? So the intention will be to defer the item, so you will have an additional chance to speak. And there could be more information at that time, so you might wish to speak, and that's permissible, but it also might be beneficial if you just hold off until February. I'll remind people of that when we get to the item. PH 26.7, South Etobicoke Transportation Improvements to Lakeshore Boulevard, West Humber Bayshore, and the Queensway in Ward 3. There are deputants. PH 26.8, Tenancy Update with Beech Hall Housing Co-operative and Alexandra Park Housing Co-op.
Yes, Chair, I'll move the recommendation, but what I would ask, Beech Hall being a seniors residence, and the seniors in that co-op building is on pins and needles, so I would appreciate, I'll move the recommendation if we can have a recorded vote, so at least they can have a good Christmas.
Okay. We get to give a Christmas present early. Can I have a recorded vote on this item? All those in favor? Councillor Myers, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Nunziata, and Councillor Perks. That's unanimous. Merry Christmas. Item 26.9, Enabling Construction at the Parkdale Hub West Block. I'll move that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 26.10, permanent closure of a portion of the public laneway at 6666Y 3rd Street. We have deputants. Just a note for deputants, this is the consideration of a laneway. And that's the item and the only item that's in front of us today is consideration of that laneway. Item PH 2611, Toronto Employment Survey 2025. Members, staff were keen to do a presentation on this, but given that we're a bit tight on quorum, I'm afraid we won't have time on that. But I do encourage you all to look at that report. There's some extremely valuable information in there about the state of Toronto's economy and employment trends, some of which are really good news, and I encourage you all to take a look at it. So with that, can I have a motion to receive it? Councillor Myers, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 2612, 241 Yonge Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. This is a report from our award-winning planning staff. Are you moving it? Councillor Matlow has moved it. Don't mess with the award winner. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item PH 2613, 262 to 264 St. George Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Councillor Nunziata moves that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 26-4, 14, 39 Wynford Drive, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I'm going to move that we adopt the recommendations in the supplementary report. Oh, is there a deputation? Yeah, I'm sorry, that's not noted here. So we'll hold that for deputations. Item 2615, 6 through 8, 10 through 12 Sumach Street. Notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Councillor Matlow is moving that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 2616, automated external defibrillator, access in high-rise buildings. We have a deputant. And members, I'd like to deal with the Logan Avenue, if you've had time to look at it. Yeah? Yeah? Okay. So item 2617, 444 Logan Avenue, making quality of life and environmental improvements for seniors. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Okay. Members, I would like to propose that we deal with PH 26.3, multi-tenant houses regulatory framework implementation update. Some of the staff who need to be here for this have commitments this afternoon, and I'd like them to be available for the item. So, you comfortable with doing that item first? Yes? Okay. So we will go to 26.3. We have a number of deputants. First is Melissa Goldstein. Hi, Melissa. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning. Can you hear me? I'm a tenant advocate and policy researcher, and I've been working with the Multi-Tenant House Advisory Group, an informal group that includes some nonprofit multi-tenant house providers. And while I'm not representing them per se, it's their experiences and concerns I wanted to bring to your attention today. Implementation of the framework is having serious unintended consequences on good law-abiding nonprofit multi-tenant house operators who were not licensed under the previous licensing regime and provide desperately needed, deeply affordable rental housing. These operators have been struggling for more than a year and a half to comply with the new laws and still haven't managed to do so, and hundreds of good nonprofit dwelling rooms and multi-tenant house tenants are at risk of closure and displacement as a result. Their struggles have illuminated some patterns. Laws are inconsistently interpreted and applied. It's common when dealing with building inspectors or bylaw enforcement or when submitting a permit or license application to hear one thing from one inspector and then something different from another, to have one permit accepted and a similar permit application rejected, for one operator to be approved for a Type A license while another with a similar operation is told a Type B license is required, for one bylaw officer to see a license application requirement is satisfied and the next to see it is still incomplete. Operators are required by the city to comply with 4 different and sometimes conflicting laws all at the same time, but city staff in each division only really know the one law that they're responsible for enforcing. This means that staff don't really understand the legal context that they and operators are working within, and this has produced a complicated licensing process that is unworkable for many operators, with no complaints process or forum in which to raise issues and resolve problems. MLS will tell an operator of a multi-tenant house with 4 dwelling rooms that they need a building permit, but buildings will tell the operator they don't need a permit because the building code doesn't consider their property a multi-tenant house and sends them back to MLS. At the same time, operators are also required to comply with the Residential Tenancies Act, but not by the city. So city staff don't take compliance with the RTA into account when enforcing the law. So enforcement staff will prioritize achieving compliance with their law, and if the operator violates the RTA to do that, it's not the enforcement officer's concern. Adding to the confusion, different divisions involved in the framework each have different priorities and goals, and they often conflict. Exemptions listed in Chapter 575 aren't being respected. Even though student housing co-ops were exempt under the previous bylaw and are also exempt in the new one, city staff still harassed one student housing co-op for more than a year demanding they apply for a license, and that was only resolved when MLS consulted with legal and the exemption was confirmed. License requirements in the bylaw are too strict about the wrong things, and enforcement is inflexible. Operators won't be approved for a license if they leave out of their applications the dates and times of the city's own waste management schedule, or if they don't put the 7 plans and 7 documents all on a notice board, but put them in a binder in front of the notice board instead. Hearing these things raises a question of oversight in all senses of the word. No one at the city has a bird's eye view of the entire licensing process, and there's no one in place monitoring operators' experiences of it. There's no one to see operators being bounced from one division to another and back again, getting absolutely nowhere. And as I said, there's no process for operators to file a complaint or resolve a dispute, never mind in a way that the decision sets a precedent, as these issues are all not within the scope of the licensing tribunal. And every operator is dealt with separately, with no one collecting complaints or looking for systemic issues to solve. From the outside, it appears that there's no interpretation guidelines, standard operating procedures, or protocols to guide enforcement officers in ensuring the consistent enforcement and application of 4 different and conflicting laws at the same time while respecting the RTA. Staff need better training to be able to do their jobs well, which is unsurprising considering how complicated this all is. And these issues are on top of all the other issues, like the time, labor, and huge costs involved in bringing properties up to code, the choice between losing rental income by renting fewer rooms or taking a chance at a zoning variance, or trying to get renovation funding from the city. I'm concerned that if the enforcement of licensing requirements continues in this context where previously unlicensed operators are unable to become licensed, we'll see a huge loss of multi-tenant housing across the city and the mass displacement of tenants into homelessness. Because if these nonprofits can't find a way to comply with the law, the thousands of multi-tenant houses in North York, Scarborough, and Etobicoke that have always been unlicensed won't be able to either. What I'd like to see from Council is to temporarily pause enforcement of the licensing requirements and establish a conflict resolution process involving staff and stakeholders, led by an experienced mediator, to bring some resolution to these conflicts in law and application of laws and interpretation of the law and enforcing laws and in priorities, with the goal of developing viable paths for operators to come into compliance while ensuring the supply of multi-tenant housing is maintained and tenants aren't displaced. I'd also like to see policy interpretation and guidance materials developed for staff but available to the public to ensure consistent interpretation and application of the law, and also standard operating procedures and protocols to guide officers in achieving compliance in a way that prioritizes maintaining tenancies and preserves the dwelling room supply. And of course, training staff to understand all the relevant laws and all of these guidelines and procedures and everything. And also to bring back and fund the multi-tenant house framework coordinator position
Melissa,
that no longer exists.
You're at time.
Yeah.
Are there any questions of the deputy? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just to clarify, when the original multi-tenant housing framework was brought in, were you supportive of it?
Yes, but conditionally. So there were a lot of concerns at the time when it was brought in about whether it was going to be too strict and operators were not going to be able to bring their houses into compliance, and then what would happen with tenants.
So have those concerns sort of borne out in what we've been seeing in the implementation of the bylaw?
Yeah, and the concerns that we were raising from the very beginning have been also identified in the staff report from staff. So things like operators not wanting to go to the variance committee to be able to operate more rooms because there's too much risk, and the 6-room cap being unfeasible for the operators in Scarborough, North York, and Etobicoke. The feasibility study, or the study that was attached to this report, also found that the 6-room cap was something that would make the most significant thing that would make a property kind of unfeasible to operate. The experiences of the operators, because this is all operational largely, I didn't anticipate any of that. This is the nonprofit operators. This was surprising to me, and why I wanted to bring it to your attention, because it wasn't on my radar at all until I started speaking to these operators.
And are most of the operators you're dealing with not-for-profit or private?
They're all not-for-profit. I have, in my group, there's Habitat Homes, provides like oversight and support to for-profit operators, and because they were all previously licensed, they haven't had, as far as I know, any trouble actually becoming licensed. It's the ones that weren't licensed before.
And why weren't they licensed? Because I understand the ones you were dealing with are mainly downtown where they were legalized.
Yeah, so, and that's all complicated, and I think specific to the properties, so I don't really want to speak to their situations because they're different. The one that I know is that I guess the city was more flexible in terms of requiring licensing. Like this, we're dealing with really strict enforcement right now, and that's not how the licensing requirements were enforced in the past. And I think it's that strictness that's creating problems where kind of really old buildings where it was obvious that building code compliance was going to be a problem, but staff visited and said, you know, your operation looks fine. We aren't going to really hold you to the letter of the law. We're allowed to operate. That's my understanding. But again, I don't want to represent operators.
Thank you. And so you said in your experience, staff are just interpreting the MTH, multi-tenant housing bylaw, and they're sort of neglecting, or they're not aware of these other rules like the Residential Tenancy Act?
I think they just aren't aware of them. I mean, I know that when staff were first introducing the bylaw, I've lost track of time, I think it was last year, they said that it wasn't their job to know the Residential Tenancies Act. And it isn't, because it's provincial legislation. But the thing is that if the goal is making sure that tenants aren't displaced and they have good quality housing, compliance with the RTA is important to those tenants. And so when they provide counsel or advice to operators, that has to be taken into account. And so I don't know how you achieve that without them having some understanding of this provincial legislation.
So you're not proposing that they enforce the provincial legislation?
No, not at all.
They just understand it,
Yeah.
so that if in the event there's conflicts between the provincial legislation and the municipal legislation, that they could provide some flexibility.
In failing that, like the thing is that, I mean, this is a lot for these for staff to understand. They're not lawyers. I think it's unreasonable for them to have this level of understanding of all these laws, which is why I feel like somebody, and maybe that's legal, develop some kind of standard operating procedures or guidance that will do all that interpretation and that figuring out of how these laws interact with each other for staff so that they can just look at how to proceed in that complicated legal context.
Thank you. And one of the things you had mentioned in our conversation was the need for a MTH framework coordinator. Can you just explain what that is?
So there was a framework coordinator, I think, from MLS. That position was funded for a year, from my understanding, who was responsible in getting the framework set up and all of the various divisions involved working with each other. And I'm only suggesting that coordinator position be continued because there's clearly problems with the divisions working with each other and there's no oversight. And there isn't, from outside, I don't see that there's a role where that work is done. And so that this would be the way to bring that back.
So if someone were to get conflicting information from two bylaw officers because they're misinterpreting or they're interpreting it differently, there's nowhere to go to sort of resolve those complaints or those issues. There's no guidance for the officers. There's no guidance for the operators.
From what I understand, no.
No. Okay. And how long have you been working in this?
I mean, I am not an operator and I'm not a multi-tenant house tenant. So I've been involved from the outside for like 6 or 7 years.
So you've been following this issue?
Yeah, very closely.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? No? Thank you, Melissa. Justin Cowan. Whenever you're ready. Just push the button in front of you so your mic lights up. There you go.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, councilors. My name is Justin Cowan, and I'm speaking today in opposition to this item specifically its recommendations to modify the definition of a multi-tenant house. I'm speaking not just for myself, but for many of my fellow tenants at 30 Charles Street East. Together, we live in a small apartment building in downtown Toronto, which, in my view, has slowly been transformed from traditional rental into a multi-tenant house. Last year, I spoke to this committee about the extremely serious issues facing our building. Sadly, many of those issues have only gotten worse. But before I continue, I want to make it clear how these concerns are related to the item you're considering today. This motion is about the implementation of a new framework for multi-tenant houses. At the heart of this framework is a balancing act between, on the one hand, creating access to affordable housing, and on the other, addressing the serious and unique challenges that this type of housing presents. These challenges include, first, that many multi-tenant house rooms are constructed in violation of the building code. Second, that many multi-tenant houses frequently do not meet basic property standards. And third, that many multi-tenant houses serve highly vulnerable groups and are vulnerable to exploitation by landlords. These challenges are exactly the challenges my building faces. Since 2023, my building has been owned and operated by Harrington Housing, a student rental company that rents individual rooms to tenants with shared kitchen and washroom. After purchasing our building, Harrington Housing used predatory tactics to displace existing tenants. With these vacant units, Harrington Housing renovated to create as many bedrooms as possible. At first, they tried to do these renovations without building permits. Then they started lying on their building permits, claiming that the illegal bedrooms they were constructing would still be used as living rooms and dining rooms. These poorly made bedrooms are tiny, and some of them even lacked heaters. When Toronto buildings tried to investigate, Harrington Housing would deny access to the units or move furniture to hide what they were doing. My building has also faced serious property standards issues. In December 2023, we were left without heat or hot water for 27 consecutive days after shoddy work on our steam boilers left them inoperable. In August 2024, our landlord refused to repair an open sewage leak in the boiler room. As the months dragged on, the smell from the leak became stronger and stronger until our entire 3-story building reeked of human waste. As winter began, the sewage leak overflowed and seriously damaged our boilers again. Our building was without heat, this time for 33 consecutive days. While all of this was happening, tenants filed a complaint with the multi-tenant house team at MLS. The framework currently defines a multi-tenant house as a building with 4 or more multi-tenant rooms. We knew that Harrington Housing was renting at least 24 rooms across the 8 units it had renovated. We hoped that by requiring Harrington Housing to get a landlord, it would make them finally come clean about what they were doing and give the city the tools it needed to solve our building's issues. MLS initially did order our landlord to obtain a multi-tenant house license, but as the months went on, investigators slowly backed away and closed the file. Their reason was, and I quote, "Property is not renting 4 rooms in any unit, does not qualify as a rooming house." I fear the new definition proposed by staff will turn this strained interpretation of the current text into law. My suggestion is this: if it looks like a multi-tenant house and it has all the problems of a multi-tenant house, then it should be regulated as a multi-tenant house. As a tenant, I understand that a license will not magically solve all of our problems. But what it does do is require our landlord to be honest about what they are doing and create a mechanism for accountability when, again and again and again, they fail to meet the standards of basic livability. Changing the definition of a multi-tenant house from building to premises, endorsing a unit-by-unit approach, and excluding common areas from the scope of the bylaw will only reinforce and codify a broken approach to apartment buildings. I strongly urge this committee to reject a definition of multi-tenant housing that creates loopholes for landlords and to direct MLS to create rules that will actually meet the needs of buildings like mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Councillor Myers?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just so I understand, Your building, you live in a single apartment, I'm assuming, but your building has multi-tenant apartments in it.
Yes, so my building was a traditional apartment building.
Yep.
It was purchased by Harrington Housing. They then took each apartment and started renting out each room individually to students. So it's apartment typically with 3 bedrooms. Each of those rooms are being rented to individual tenants, and they have many, many units in the building.
So it's kind of like a hybrid you're building.
Currently, yes, but the plan we believe is to convert all of the units into this style of rental.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your deputation.
Thank you.
Next, I have Tanya Osmond. Hi, Tanya, welcome.
Hi. We just have some materials that we'd like to present over PowerPoint.
Okay. Well, let me pause, reset your time while you do that. Okay, whenever you're ready.
All right. My name is Tanya Osmond. I am also a resident at 30 Charles Street East. The property, as Justin said, was purchased by 1479267 Canada Inc., also operating under the name Harrington Housing. And this owner has been converting what were 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom apartments into 3 bedrooms and at times 4-bedroom units, where each room was rented individually for habitation to unrelated individuals who do not live together as a single housekeeping unit. On the map, I wanted to show you 27 of 43 rooms are currently operating as multi-tenant house rooms, and a minimum of 63% of the entire building's occupancy are MTH tenants. I am strongly opposed to the following amendment, which would, add the following subsection 3G in the list of what a multi-tenant house does not include: units and areas outside of units in an apartment building as defined under Bylaw 569-2013 or 354 apartment buildings. If this proposed amendment is adopted, its effect would be to sanction the ongoing conversion of a traditional apartment building into one large, unlicensed multi-tenant house. It would more importantly have the effect of denying both MTH tenants and all other residents on the property the additional safety oversight that Chapter 575 provides. Safety and property standards in Charles Street East have significantly eroded since the property was purchased, and I want to highlight 5 of the very significant safety violations. I'll refer to a CBC and Toronto Star article published within the last 2 weeks reporting a fire that killed 5 people in an unlicensed MTH in Brampton to highlight what is at stake when considering these amendments. Like this unlicensed MTH, 30 Charles Street East is well known to inspectors for bylaw infractions. So first, what I would like to show you is in June 2023, unpermitted improper electrical work was being conducted in the basement of the property and being covered by drywall without inspection. In December 2023, a gas line was cut and left uncapped in the building's boiler room where 2 other boilers were running with open flame. In May 2024, this unsafe electrical work was found in a newly renovated MTH room. The outlet was built outside the wall, was shorting, and did not have a ground. Sewage was left to back up into the boiler room. The sewage ultimately flooded the pump that fed the boiler system, triggering the safeties to shut the system down. These safeties are in place to prevent explosions of steam pressure vessels from insufficient water. In May 2025, new unlicensed, unpermitted, and unsafe electrical work was installed in the process of being covered up with drywall. Immediately apparent is an open junction box with open wires and is a fire hazard. At the same time, Harrington Housing was upgrading electrical, and improper electrical was also being installed into multiple MTH units. I recognize that there are likely circumstances where simply 4 multi-tenant house rooms would be an unrealistic number to enforce in the context of a large apartment building. What I am recommending is that the committee consider what would maybe be an appropriate percentage of occupancy of multi-tenant house rooms versus rooms that are rented out to those living as a single housekeeping unit. This percentage can be applied alongside what the committee considers a more suitable minimum number of multi-tenant house rooms increased from 4 in significantly larger buildings where the total number of multi-tenant house rooms could include a large number but still reflect a lower overall percentage of multi-tenant occupancy. At 30 Charles Street East, 63% of the building's occupancy currently rent rooms individually, which means that this property operates at a ratio of approaching 2 to 1 as an unlicensed multi-tenant house, and universally denying 27 multi-tenant housing tenants access to rights available to others who rent multi-tenant house rooms is unacceptable. The premises absolutely must qualify to be defined for what it is now in reality, a multi-tenant house, and no longer as simply a traditional apartment building.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Thank you so much. David Walsh. Hi, David. Could I have either Councillor Bradford or Councillor Myers back in their seats, please? Just a minute, David. Councillor Myers, Councillor Bradford, I need you for quorum.
Oh, we just lost our chair. He'll be back.
Members, we're a little tight for quorum at times, so if you're going to leave the chamber, please notify me so I can check if we have quorum, okay? Go ahead.
I'm David Walsh. I have a development background, but I've worked for the last 30 or 40 years on as a volunteer with many nonprofit housing groups. And, you know, I'm here specifically about the change from the 5 unrelated people to the 4 unrelated people, which is creating problems for one nonprofit that I'm involved with. With nonprofits, they often, you know, are able to get houses, but the lease term is uncertain. Say it's 3 or 4 years, and the owner is willing to lease the property, you know, to the nonprofit. It makes it very difficult to do substantial renovations. In the case of one nonprofit where I'm on the advisory committee, you know, it's looking at $40,000 to $100,000 cost, and you know, this is very difficult on a 3 or 4 year lease. And we're getting a lot of opportunities now to, you know, where developers are holding properties for, and they're not going ahead with their development. I cite in my paper one example at on Glazebrook Avenue, which is near Bayview and Eglinton, where there are 8 empty houses that are going, you know, fairly new houses that were built in the 1980s, and they're sitting there empty. They could be used, but you know, some this sort of discrimination against not being able to use existing houses is difficult, and I think we have to be a lot more creative. You know, we moved a lot of people to hotels in Niagara Falls and so forth, but that's not going to be possible in the future because of funding and other issues. And there are buildings that are just sitting empty. There's one at 95 St. Joseph Street. It has 60 rooms, and it's been sitting empty for 3 or 4 years. And there's another one at 2685 Kingston Road that has 40 rooms. Was operated by Scarborough Missions, and it's been sitting empty for 5 years. The one on St. Joseph Street is now owned by the Daniels Corporation. They're not going ahead with their development. They're looking at maybe demolishing the building, but it's a good solid building that housed, about 60 priests at one time of the Basilian order. So there's these opportunities, and we need to be a lot more creative in taking advantage of them. And one other aspect is the tiny homes. The tiny homes have been very successful in other cities. Fredericton has a population of 72,000, and they just completed a tiny home project there of 95 units. So these are providing 95 units to people on low incomes that would rather live there than in shelters. And there's a group in Toronto that's been trying to get tiny home projects through for the last 4 years, and they're just completely stalled by the City of Toronto. We don't know all the reasons, but we can guess. So we need to be a lot more creative, and I guess my point is that the one size doesn't fit all. Particularly with nonprofits, I think we have to be more supportive of nonprofits and figure out, how they can make their projects economical. There is this loan program that you can loan money, but if you only have a 3 or 4 year lease, it doesn't work. I was involved with a project where I was on the board for 12 years, where Loblaws was holding 3 houses, and they rented them to us. And 15 years later, they're still there. Now, they wouldn't even give us a lease initially. So we would have to pay for any fire improvements or building code improvements ourselves. And, when it just gets too expensive with all the codes and so forth. So I think the whole regulatory environment has to be considered more flexible and more creative and working together rather than this antagonistic, situation that's developed. I can understand.
David, you're at time.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Are there any questions for David? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for sharing that with us today. Pablo Escobar. Pablo, are you here? Pablo, I understand you're online. Can you,
I am.
Oh, there you
Thanks
are. So you've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, so dear members of the Planning and Housing Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on the implementation of the new MTH framework. My name is Pablo Escobar, and I'm the chair of the Toronto Alliance and Homelessness System Barrier to Housing Working Group. Toronto Alliance and Homelessness is a community-based collective impact initiative committed to ending homelessness in Toronto. Our network includes nonprofit organizations that support those living with homelessness and those who are housed and who must spend a disproportionate amount of income on housing, as well as affordable and supportive housing developers, property managers, and landlords. The System Barrier to Housing Outcomes Working Group of the Toronto Alliance is comprised of community experts who identify systemic challenges in access to housing for the most vulnerable and create recommendations for system changes to increase inflow into permanent housing. We welcome this opportunity to speak to you today about our concerns related to the impacts of the zoning requirements for multi-tenant housing as these relate to room caps in Scarborough, North York, and Etobicoke. Toronto Alliance and Homelessness supported City Council's decision to license multi-tenant dwellings across the city, as this type of housing is often the only one available to people with very low income. We did so in part because there were commitments and council direction to develop strategies to ensure that this housing stock would be protected. We therefore support the proposed changes to revise the multi-tenant house renovation program contained in this report. The report before you today, however, paints a troubling picture of the effect of the new licensing regime on the growth of licensed MTH stock. the implementation report, and the MTH land economic study commissioned by the city and attached to this report point out that no new MTHs have been licensed under the new framework. In other words, rooming houses in areas where they were not permitted prior to the legislation continue to be illegal. Tenants, therefore, who were living in unlicensed rooming houses prior to framework implementation continue to do so. As of today, tenants in Scarborough, North York, and Etobicoke do not have the opportunity to live in safe, legalized rooming houses as they would if they lived in other areas of the city. Though there are multiple factors associated with the lack of growth of licensed MTHs, one of the main reasons identified by the land economic study is the 6-room cap, which primarily affects suburban properties in Scarborough, Etobicoke, and North York. Of the 8 case studies carried out for this report, only one was economically, and this was because of higher density than the rest, 12 rooms. The report states that increasing permissions to allow for more dwelling rooms will improve feasibility. It therefore recommends that the city consider expanding the dwelling room cap. Currently, landlords with properties that don't meet zoning requirements due to the room cap are encouraged to apply to the Committee of Adjustment for a minor variance. The report notes, however, that landlords are reluctant to seek Committee of Adjustment approval due to the application cost and process uncertainty. As such, according to city staff, only 2 operators have sought variances to operate more rooms. Of these, 1 was approved. The structure for increasing room caps in areas of the city where the maximum allowable room number is 6 already exists in the legislation. In the old city of Toronto, East York, and York, the allowable number of rooms is 6, 12, or 25, depending whether these are in residential areas, arterial roads, etc. Expanding existing zoning permissions to Scarborough, North York, and Etobicoke will not only increase consistency in the implementation of zoning requirements, but will also ensure that core policy objectives of this framework are met. These include harmonizing zoning permissions across Toronto, preserving and expanding deeply affordable housing, and applying an equity lens to the regulation of multi-tenant housing, where the housing opportunities that exist in other areas of the city are afforded in all neighborhoods. We therefore recommend that the zoning regime related to room caps that currently exist in the old city of Toronto, York, and East York be expanded to Scarborough, North York, and Etobicoke. Our working group and all Toronto Alliance Net Homelessness members are ready to support the city in moving forward with our recommendation and appreciate your consideration of it today. Together, we can work to strengthen this very important piece of legislation so that zoning provisions are harmonized across the city of Toronto and the goals of retaining and expanding the stock of multi-tenant houses become attained. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Pablo? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So from my understanding, the rooming cap in North York, Scarborough, and Etobicoke was put in place partially because of parking requirements. Is that correct?
I'm unaware of the parking requirement relationship to the room cap.
Okay, that's just from what I recall. But from what I understand, part of the reason for the rooming cap requirement was that they would be forced to go to C of A to sort of get these adjustments because there had been so many unlicensed rooming houses in Scarborough, Etobicoke, North York, where there were 10, 12, 15, and this way was a way of sort of forcing them to go through the process. Are you saying that approach has not been successful?
That's correct. That approach hasn't been successful in general, and as I mentioned earlier, there are very few applicants, and they're resistant to apply to the Committee of Adjustment for various reasons. Yeah.
And do you have direct conversations with private operators in the suburbs?
I do not, no.
No, okay. So are you mostly speaking to the tenants?
Well, I'm speaking to this committee today.
No, I'm
but
asking,
I'm
are you speaking to tenants?
In support.
Yes.
I'm definitely speaking in support of operators and in support of tenants, right? So in terms of tenants, one of the concerns is that due to the 6-roof cap, that many unlicensed rooming houses may be closed, initiated by operators, not the city, right? The report actually points out that through some changes to the to the structure of these houses, over 100 houses that were facing enforcement, administrative changes are no longer facing enforcement, right? And so this is a group of houses that should have been licensed that we haven't been able to license, right?
So what would be the hope of sort of harmonizing the rules between Scarborough, Etobicoke, and North York by allowing more housing as a right, I guess is the correct term, in these parts when historically they've been unlicensed and they've become quite problematic, I guess, for the communities.
That's correct.
And for the
So,
tenants.
That's absolutely correct. So the hope is that it would increase the amount of landlords that are applying for licenses, right? We strongly support licensing. The concern is that given the structure of the room cap and some other issues, that no new licenses have been granted in those areas, right? And so by extending the cap situation that exists in other parts of the city to the suburbs would increase the probability that landlords would apply for licenses.
Great. So just to be clear,
therefore increasing oversight.
you think a better way to get compliance through landlords in the suburbs is by allowing a clearer path to being licensed, essentially.
That's correct.
Okay.
100%.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much, Pablo. The next deputant I have listed is Ricardo Rose. Welcome, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Council. My name is Ricardo Rose. Today I'm just here to speak about just to address the discriminatory piece of this and the impact the city is proposing, the policies restricting how many unrelated people can live together in a house before additional building codes requirements are enforced. The city's proposing building codes changes to basic premises where 4 or more multi-tenant house rooms individual are intended to be inhabited by persons who do not live together as a single housekeeping unit. The current requirement under the Ontario Building Code is for 5 or more, correct? Well, that's a question we could answer. Why is the city making it more difficult for small nonprofit to provide affordable housing for unrelated individuals? Why is the city not upgrading its own vacant houses, such as the large house at 136 Spadina Avenue, that has been sitting empty for over 5 years? What are we seeing here? Why are we seeing here today is not only a planning issue and a safety issue, it's discrimination applied specifically to people who are living on low income, formerly incarcerated, or at risk of homelessness. And we cannot ignore the greater context we are living in. Homelessness in Toronto is the direct result of system failures, not individual failures. We are dealing with intersecting crises, a housing market people cannot afford, shelter demand far beyond capacity, the rising cost of living, weak income supports, and drug toxicity and mental health crisis in our city. To add to that, the lack of coordination at the provincial and federal levels. Releasing people from hospitals, correctional facilities, and receiving refugee claimants without housing plan. And the burden falls on the city's overstretched system. According to the 2024 Street Needs Assessment, an estimated 15,418 people in Toronto are experiencing homelessness. That includes 1,615 people outdoors and 1,499 in provincial institutions. This is more than double the number from 2021. With this level of crisis, any action that limits housing options for vulnerable people is not just bad policy, it deepens the crisis. A 2018 TRSS study found it cost an average of $18,646 per tenant to support the relocation process and providing housing allowances. The estimated public cost of displaced tenants falling into homelessness was $24,033 per person. Small nonprofit housing organizations provide what the system often cannot: stable, supervised, structured housing that reduces reoffending and keep people out of homelessness. These houses are part of the solution to the failure we are seeing across the board. And let's be clear. If 4 unrelated affluent people lived in a home, no one would be here today. But because tenants are marginalized, the rules shifts. This is discriminatory, double standard. The provincial building codes already call for building codes upgrades for 5 unrelated people living together. If 5 is acceptable for the privileged, it must be acceptable for the marginalized.
I'm afraid you're at time.
I'm suitable with that time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for your deputation today. Next, I have Donna McParland. Donna, I understand you're online.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, good morning. My name is Donna McFarland. I have lived in Scarborough Southwest, the Cliff Crest area of Ward 20 for 39 years. I am a member of the Planning and Development Committee for our local residents association. I'm currently on a multi-tenant housing task force created by our councillor, Parky Candeval, to address the significant number of illegal multi-tenant housing we have in our area and our ward. I refer you to a letter submitted by the Cliff Crest Village Southwest Residents Association dated December 2nd, outlining our concerns. Excuse me, I've witnessed firsthand the influx and negative effects of illegal multi-tenant housing has on our neighborhoods, and I believe the vulnerable residents that reside there. First, we had an influx of investors with questionable sources of finance outbidding first-time buyers for affordable family homes in our area, and then tearing them down and building large $2 million range homes. When this market dried up, they pivoted to turning these homes, the ones they currently own and the ones they continue to purchase, into their small single-family bungalows for the most part, and they're turning into illegal multi-tenant homes, housing as many as 15 to 20 vulnerable residents. The problem with these homes are endless. They provide inadequate, unsafe, overpriced housing for vulnerable residents and do nothing to address housing or affordability. Instead, their owners outbid families for livable single-family homes, create transient residents, provide unsafe, unsanitary living quarters, and take in thousands of dollars each month tax-free. Estimates confirmed by multi-tenant housing bylaw enforcement officers are between $10,000 and $12,000 per month. The owners threaten tenants not to communicate with neighbors and tell people they are living as a group of family and or friends. The homes are not cared for. There's large amounts of garbage created by numerous residents. They're not dealt with by the owners. The grass is left uncut. The snow is not shoveled. We are experiencing issues with rats that we never had before. The multi-tenant housing enforcement relies solely on reports from residents via 311, and this is no way to police this extensive, complex problem. And there's separate reporting for garbage as opposed to a suspected multi-tenant house. As well as the definition of an MTH in Chapter 575 differs from that of the Ontario Building Code and the Ontario Fire Code. We discussed this at the task force meeting, and these houses in our areas do have 4 or more tenant rooms, and in our view, these vulnerable people are not living as friends and family. The bylaw officers are limited in their ability to enter these homes, are limited in enforcing the regulations, and there's no evidence to support this will change unless the city toughens the legislation around these homes and works with the province and federal government to enforce housing and tax laws and close loopholes in the current legislation. The recent tragic fire in Brampton shows us that these owners have no intention of complying with bylaws and continue to operate, earning thousands of dollars in rent with immunity. As well, the lack of applications to legalize these currently illegal multi-tenant homes in Ward 20 confirms that the owners have no intention of doing this. Why should they, when they can operate illegal multi-tenant homes, earning thousands of tax-free dollars and not spend any money on safety and maintenance? We compiled a list of approximately 96 of these homes on only 11 streets, and the Multi-Tenant Housing Task Force found only 9 met their definition. Of these 9, none of these have applied to legalize their multi-tenant homes. And as noted, the tenants are trained not to speak to neighbors, and if someone asks, they are friends and family. More investigation needs to be undertaken to determine the ownership of these houses. There is a group of questionable investors in my neighborhood who we suspect own several of these homes and move the tenants around from house to house. I recently observed tenants moving out on Halloween night with wheelbarrows down the street to another home. In my view, the municipal licensing service enforcement officers should be afforded more power legislatively, and these investigations of these houses should be more thorough. If neighboring residents report the issues they are seeing, statements should be taken and they should be believed. If the residents say they are living as family and friends, this should be confirmed through corroborating evidence. They should find out who owns the home, who receives the tax bill, and who pays the hydro, gas, water, etc., and how they are connected to these family and friends. I feel there's a lack of coordination between the city, province, and federal government to address this issue. It seems that they all choose to turn a blind eye to this illegal activity.
Donna, I'm afraid you're out of time.
Oh, okay. Well, I just want to say that I don't think...
Donna, I have to make sure everyone gets the same amount of time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Are there any questions for Donna? No, seeing none, thank you very much for making a deputation today. Okay, the final deputant I have listed is Nicole Corrado. Nicole? Oh, I'm on the wrong item. Oh my gosh. Sorry, Sarah Byer. Sarah, I understand you're online. Hi, welcome.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Thank you so much to the committee for the opportunity to depute today. I work with the Canadian Centre for Housing Rights, and I'm here today as a representative of the Right to Housing Toronto network. As you know, we are in a housing and homelessness crisis. Rents continue to be out of reach, evictions are increasing, there are fewer affordable options available, and renters have limited protections. And we know this will all be further accelerated with the passage of the province's Bill 60. The city's multi-tenant housing framework is an important step to protect deeply affordable housing across the city and the people who live there. Multi-tenant houses, or MTHs, are a vital element of affordable housing infrastructure and provide homes to some of the most vulnerable members of our communities, including refugees, newcomers, social assistance recipients, students, and other low-income groups. As part of its commitment to progressively realize the right to housing, the city must ensure that MTH renters have safe, secure, and affordable homes. In the absence of sufficient affordable housing, there are few options available to displaced MTH renters. If an MTH tenant loses their home, it's likely they may experience homelessness. And while homelessness is above all a moral systems failure, it also puts undue pressure on costly public services, many of which are borne out at the municipal level, such as shelters, policing, public health, and other social services. Right to Housing Toronto commends the city for its important and in-depth work to prepare this multi-tenant housing implementation update. We appreciate the meaningful steps the city has taken to monitor the implementation of the framework. We also welcome the important changes proposed in the report to improve access to the MTH renovation program and enhance monitoring and data collection. It's also great to see the city moving ahead with housing as a human right training for all staff. That being said, we are concerned about potential MTH renter displacement and the loss of affordable housing that may still occur under the framework. The report identified several ongoing challenges that could lead to these issues and echo concerns we've shared before. First, the report found the 6-room cap for MTHs in many areas of the city is discouraging MTH operators from complying with the framework and could limit the development of new multi-tenant housing, as we heard earlier. In addition, some operators are altering their operations to avoid complying with the framework, while others are concerned about complying due to prohibitive costs. The report also highlighted that ongoing unlicensed MTH operations are a key challenge and difficult for the city to gather data on. And finally, we saw that the city's not tracking outcomes for displaced MTH renters or the loss of individual MTH rooms. So while we welcome the proposed changes in the report, we're concerned about these ongoing gaps in the framework. Specifically, the report does not propose any new funding for renter support or the preservation of multi-tenant housing. It doesn't address ongoing challenges around the 6-room limit, and it does not provide opportunities for engagement with multi-tenant housing tenants, operators, and advocates to support monitoring and accountability. At the same time, we're concerned that given the limited capacity of the Housing Rights Advisory Committee and the narrow mandate of the Situation Table for Housing at Risk, there's no dedicated advisory body in place to oversee the implementation of the MTH framework and ensure that it's protecting tenants and preventing the loss of affordable housing. To that, we urge the committee to bring forward or vote in favor of motions that support the following. First, provide meaningful support for multi-tenant housing tenants. This could include developing targeted programs and policies to support tenants facing displacement, increasing funding for MTH tenant outreach, and providing ongoing engagement opportunities, for example, through a dedicated MTH advisory group. Second, remove restrictive zoning requirements, including the 6-room cap, as we heard earlier, to minimize displacement and maximize access to MTHs across the city. Third, increase funding to preserve multi-tenant housing, including through the renovation fund and the city's multi-unit residential acquisition program. And finally, to strengthen monitoring, enforcement, and accountability. This could include building on the proposed changes in the report to improve internal coordination, data collection, monitoring, and reporting, with a focus on preventing renter displacement and affordable housing loss. And this could also include looking at opportunities to expand the mandate of the STAR table to include policy monitoring and development with a specific focus on MTHs. In closing, multi-tenant housing is the city's only naturally occurring source of deeply affordable housing. It must be protected along with the people who live there. And Right to Housing Toronto and other advocates are really looking forward to continuing to support the city in this work. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there any questions for Sarah? Seeing none, are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? No? Okay, we're going to go to questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I guess, what kind of training do bylaw officers receive when enforcing these rules?
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair, bylaw officers have yearly SOP training, standard operating procedures. They have specific coordinated training for multi-tenant housing investigations. They have various other trainings throughout the year. They have case management training. They have oversight training, vulnerability sec training. We're looking to implement new training come the new year as well.
Is it we've heard a lot from deputants in terms of bylaw officers don't necessarily have the training to interpret provincial statutes that might conflict with city statutes or city bylaws. Is that a fair assessment?
Staff have been provided training on the RTA and the rights to human rights training and also the LTB. Can more training be done? Absolutely, as changes occur, but they have had training in that area as it pertains to their investigations.
So when there's a conflict between the various rules, what do staff rely on in terms of their enforcement focus?
So staff will rely on their standard operating procedures, their knowledge of
Which states, what? What do they rely on? What do they defer to? The city bylaws or the provincial bylaws when there's a conflict? What do the standard operating procedures say?
So depending on the nature of the investigation and what the conflict is and how it applies, if there is rules with regards to municipal law, it will, in conjunction with the RTA, look to see in terms of what the leading authority is and act appropriately.
So if
But
there's
provincial law does trump municipal law, always, regardless.
and
Yes.
staff know that?
Yeah. Yes.
So I guess I'm confused as to why they would be, based on what the deputants have been saying, why they would be sort of saying that the municipal bylaw would trump the provincial laws.
Through the chair, I'm not sure of the situation. Again, I would like to explore that with the deputant that's there and find out where this course of action is leaning because, again, as noted, provincial law does trump municipal law in that sense.
Do staff also investigate, there have been, I heard of instances of rooming houses that are funded by the Ministry of Health that are also being required, that are not falling under the exemption?
Through the chair, yes, we do under our group home processes. So group homes are funded through the Ministry of Health or Children's Services, and so our team also looks at those as well. They're not a part of the MTH framework, they're their own framework, but we do investigate those as well.
So why wouldn't those fall under the exemption of rooming houses operated by the provincial or federal government?
So they do, so they're exempt because they're funded.
But they're still being investigated? Sorry.
So group homes are separate under the City of Toronto Act, and so they do have to have a certificate to operate within the City of Toronto. So they are licensed by the province, and then so our team does do an investigation in terms of property standards.
Why, can staff please explain why there's a discrepancy between the number of rooms allowed in Toronto East York versus North York, Scarborough, and Etobicoke? We heard about the 6-room cap.
Mr. Chair, the maximum number of dwelling rooms in an MTH were adopted by council with zoning permissions in 2022, I believe. The staff recommendation at that time was to permit a maximum of 6 rooms in most residential zones, a maximum of 12 rooms in higher density residential zones, such as apartment neighborhood zones, and a maximum of 25 rooms in mixed-use zones. That was the staff recommendation. The council decision had some concerns with that recommendation, particularly in areas outside the Toronto and East York district. And so the bylaw as adopted by council had a maximum number of rooms of 6 in all zones outside of Toronto and East York district.
So have staff been monitoring sort of the unintended or perhaps unforeseen consequences of what council decided in terms of how this might be actually playing out?
Through the chair, my colleagues and MLS may also want to comment on this, but I think that is one of the general gists of this report, is that we've seen that there are challenges for operators to come into the system. They might face high expenses related to renovations that are required or other, other barriers. Some of them would probably observe that a higher number of rooms would make it more financially feasible to meet the various safety requirements and licensing requirements. So I think that is intrinsic and kind of inherent in the commentary that's provided in the staff report.
Okay, that's your time for now. We can do a second round later if you wish.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Nunziata?
Yes, thank you. So one of the deputants showed us a presentation for 32 Charles Street. So can you give me an update on that? Have we investigated those deficiencies in that building?
Through the chair, without going into too many specific details about specific locations, that is part of our investigation, and we have started an investigation.
So you started then? Okay, but happy for that. Can you just go back when you spoke about group homes? So with group homes, it's not the number of people, or is it the number of rooms?
Thank you, through the chair. So group homes are exclusive of staff, 3 to 10 people. Anything usually over 10 is typically a residential care home.
So anything over 10?
No, so group homes typically have 3 to 10 people living in the home.
Right.
And then anything over 10 that's funded by any of these ministries is typically what we've seen to be a residential care home.
Okay. Which needs to be licensed, correct?
Correct, but not through the MTH framework.
Okay. I'm looking at page 14 of 33, where you've indicated that there's been enforcement files have been closed for 133 cases, and that some of them that 141 orders remain outstanding, but as far as some of them have been closed, so the ones that have been closed for different reasons, where they're become vacant or converted to a single housekeeping unit or reduced the number of rooms from 4 or more to 3, have they, the ones that you've closed the files on, have we reinvestigated these units to ensure that they have complied?
Through the chair, we have in some cases. I think part of the challenge of this enforcement is that multi-tenant homes can sort of move in and out of the regime. So it is part of the challenge of enforcement.
Oh, so there's still then a lot of outstanding ones, correct?
Through the chair, there are still some that are outstanding.
Okay. And will they be resolved? Or is there issues with the outstanding one? Are they difficult ones or?
Through the chair, our intent is that they all do get resolved. There are unique challenges with each that we are working in partnership to ensure that they do come in compliance with the framework.
Okay, and one of our deputants mentioned, I think it was Melissa Goldstein, about a negotiator. Can you explain that? That we had one and we eliminated it, or can you just explain that?
Through the chair, we used to have a position within MLS that they were a project director, and they helped coordinate the work within divisions. Those systems have been set up now, so we had no longer a use for this position. I think, if we're talking about coordinating with the operators and other divisions, that's the whole point of the concierge service that we have established, to help operators work and work with them and work between divisions.
Okay, so have there been a lot of operators that have come forward? Because we heard one of the deputants that a lot of them are not being granted, or there's issues. Like, are there issues there? Or?
Through the chair, the concierge service was enacted in September of this year. It's newly involved. We're seeing an uptick in persons, operators coming to the concierge service and working with that particular liaison there and our partner divisions to come into sort of a resolution and that mediation and that sort of area where they can be that intermediate between each partner involved in this process of licensing. So we do see that people are becoming aware of it and are actioning in it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Matlow.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just understand if, I was actually just speaking with my colleague about this. Why is this all playing, why is this playing out here? Meaning, we've heard a lot of substantive questions and concerns. People with both active experience and people with lived experience. Has there been any efforts to meet with people? Have they reached out to us? Has there been any discussion about trying to address those issues before it's come to committee? Is there any interest in working with them now? Could you just give us some information about, you know, do you validate some of the concerns that you heard? Are there adjustments or changes that you would like to make?
Through the chair, I think what we have to recognize is that the rollout of this framework always intended and continues to intend to have a phased implementation. And this is the first update that we've come to council since the framework was enacted, and where the initial phases were designed to sort of build the system up, to transition those that were previously licensed into a new licensing regime, and now beginning through the through this third phase of moving those unlicensed ones into the licensing regime. So throughout the process, there have been constant communications with stakeholders, with tenants, and with landlords. And MLS has an engagement lead directly related to this work, MTH work. As my colleague said, in September, as part of the third phase of this implementation, the concierge service is now being set up, or has been set up, in order to deal with, as a single point of contact for operators and tenants to be able to navigate this system. So very much so, communication's a big part of it. And as this implementation is rolling out in its phases, we are seeing challenges, and we're addressing those challenges as they come. And that's part of this report here.
I heard an answer regarding that you've been meeting with stakeholders, and I appreciate that. But I also asked you if you validate any of the concerns that have been raised by the deputants. Like, for example, would you be agreeable to have this deferred for one cycle to address those issues and work on them? I mean, I just want to understand, or do you dismiss the concerns that have been raised? Do you disagree with them?
Through the chair, I think multi-tenant houses are an extremely complex issue. And throughout this process, we acknowledge concerns, and we take those concerns to heart. And our goal is to improve the framework to address those. And that's an ongoing process. That's not a process that necessarily would be complete between now and the next cycle. But it is a process that we are committed to, and it's a process that we've been undertaking.
I didn't fully hear the answer to my question, though, with all due respect. And please just speak candidly. Like, you heard a number of real concerns from people. Do you feel comfortable with an opportunity to have this deferred for one cycle to address each one, and and those that you disagree with, say it. If there are adjustments or changes that can be made, work with them. Do you have any problem with that? And just speak honestly.
Through the chair, to speak very honestly, which I thought my previous answer alluded to.
By the way, I just meant sort of like, I just didn't hear you clearly.
MTHs and the concerns raised by deputants here, and the concerns raised throughout our communication with stakeholders, point to the complexity of this situation. And for me to say to this committee that by next cycle we would have those completed, I don't think is a realistic request or a realistic answer for me to provide.
No, perhaps I need to be clear. I'm not suggesting that you arrive at perfection in one cycle at all. That would be unreasonable and not the expectation that I'm asking for. What I'm asking is, given that there have been a number of specific concerns that have been raised today that are unresolved today, Is there any damage that will do? Would you have any concerns about parking this for one cycle to make your best effort to work with stakeholders, along with people who are coming here with lived experience, to work through those issues without any expectation that you will solve everything in a month's time?
Through the chair, I think we can work through these issues even without parking the item. This is the first update on this implementation.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. First, to follow up on, pardon me? Oh.
Mr. Chair.
Councillor Crescenti, you go ahead. I didn't see you.
Fine. If you want to go, it doesn't matter when I go, so if it's up to you.
No,
I'm good
go
to
ahead.
go now.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So, yeah, and good morning, and thank you, for to all the deputies that came out. And how many in total, I didn't see the number here in front of me, total licensed rooming houses do we have in the city currently today? Reason I'm asking, someone, did you get my question?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. There are, as of November 30th, 2025, there are 209 licenses issued. We have 114 applications in progress for licenses for properties that were licensed under the previous framework. And then we're also working to identify if properties are still operating that once held a license.
Sorry, the numbers aren't adding up then. So I'm reading here in the report that we received 310 complaints related to licensed property. I just heard there's only 209 issued.
Through the chair, so the number that you're referring to is the number of complaints we've received for property standards issues related to licensed properties. And the report is up to July 31st. The numbers that I've provided, the 209, are as of November 30th.
Yeah, so do you have a number that's saying the total license for the city?
Yes, 209.
All right, I still don't see how the numbers just aren't adding up there. We got 310 complaints with 13 orders to comply that were issued.
Yes, through the chair. So the 300 plus complaints are related to property standards issues. They're not related to licensing issues. Those are issues, let's say, for example, long grass and weeds, waste, graffiti, that have been received by MLS for properties that are licensed.
Okay, so I also understand that we're taking up, and what I read, education first approach to enforcement. Of course, while it's good to do that, to educate tenants and landlords of the rights and obligations, to take me through that process, how does that come together? And then how do we get this information out to landlords that are there now and potential future landlords? How is this information disseminated?
Through the chair, we do various forms of different types of communication. We do different types of forums. We meet with the operators. We have web pages. We have our engagement lead that does outreach to various communities and engage with counselors also in terms of providing any information supports that you would need.
Okay, thank you. So out of almost 3,000 complaints of suspected unlicensed multi-tenant houses, I'm surprised the number is so low. There's only been about 10%, 254 orders that are actually issued. Just wanted to understand, there's still many of them that are work in progress. I could tell you in my experience up here in Etobicoke North, we get a lot of complaints of suspected illegal multi-tenant houses or rooming houses. And is there another number that, 274 orders issued, but maybe another 1,000 pending?
Through the chair, The number you've quoted is service requests that were received by MLS.
Correct.
They are all investigated by MLS, and they don't necessarily all amount to being multi-tenant houses.
Okay.
I'll just, as a further number, I'll say out of that number that you've quoted, about 1,209 of them were unique properties that were related to unlicensed multi-tenant houses. And through investigations where they are substantiated as a multi-tenant house, the city takes enforcement action or education action to bring those into compliance. But often they are investigated and not found to be multi-tenant houses.
Okay, can you define what you mean by 1,290 unique properties, or what makes them unique?
Through the chair, individual, separate, different properties.
Individual, separate, different properties. And that's
Maybe I could clarify a little bit further through the chair. Sometimes a particular property would result in multiple service requests. So what I'm saying is that there are 1,209 addresses that we've investigated.
Thank you. That's your time. If members need a second round, we can do that.
I'm okay.
Okay. I have a few questions. First, there was a suggestion about making the standard operating procedure for enforcement activity on this file public. Do we generally publish those? And if not, why not?
Through you, Chair, enforcement agencies normally do not publish investigation SOPs, and we're no different in that respect. Publishing an investigation SOP can lead to a compromise of that investigation.
So let's be explicit about this. So not just you, but all enforcement agencies you're aware of don't publish them because it could compromise our ability to enforce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. There was a suggestion also, and I don't know who this goes to, that we consider exempting not-for-profit operators that we provide funding to. In the funding application, does anybody with expertise in building code, fire code, and the other requirements review that, or is that a separate function?
Through the chair, that's a separate function. We rely on MLS and fire and buildings to provide that expertise on the assessment of the legislative responsibilities that they have purview over.
So just because we fund something doesn't mean that you have gone and inspected to see whether or not it meets building and fire code. That's just a whole different system.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm aware of instances in my ward over the years of not-for-profit rooming houses really falling below basic standards for meeting the needs of those residents. Is this something anyone else has experienced?
I'll give my perspective and then maybe over to MLS on the specifics, but I think the city can provide best oversight by executing the responsibilities within their divisional mandates. From the Housing Secretariat perspective, that is ensuring the requirements typically under the Housing Services Act and any related contribution agreements that provide affordability to those measures. Similar to the Rent Safe program, where we rely on MLS to provide oversight of standards within larger buildings, the MTH provides that same avenue to provide similar oversight and ensure properties are well maintained, affordable, and safe, but on the smaller scale. MLS?
Thank you. And just to add to that, having a consistent and transparent standard across multi-tenant housing is the goal of this framework, and
specifically for organizations providing housing, supportive housing, those tenants are particularly vulnerable. And it would seem to me that it means we have to really be careful to make sure that tenants who wouldn't necessarily be able to advocate for themselves live in places that meet city standards, meet fire code, meet building code.
That would be correct. I would agree.
Okay. In terms of considering whether or not to defer this, I was just looking through the recommendations and 3 things struck me. One, that this helps you to clarify what is and is not a multi-tenant home, and the sooner we get that in place, the easier it is to implement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Similarly, it provides support for the operating plan for next year, which would be helpful in the preparation of the 2026 budget. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And finally, it gives authority to the executive director of the Housing Secretariat to give grants to help operators come into compliance. Giving you that permission now helps to accelerate implementation. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. We heard from a deputant that, you know, only a few of the suburban rooming houses have, you know, reached completion. My reading of the report says that we have 40 rooming houses in the suburban area that are in process. Is that accurate?
Thank you, Chair. And yes, that is correct. They are in the process of being licensed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Does anyone need a second round? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. So I'm just curious as to why we're, again, just to go back to what Councillor Matlow said, why are we having this conversation in the open if staff are comfortable with this moving forward and the people on the ground are not?
Through you, Chair, I think with this report, again, being the first update that we're able to bring to this committee and to council, is a big step and a significant step forward in the implementation of this framework. And I think...
So I guess I'm just going to stop you. Are what the deputant's saying, is there fact to what they're saying? Is there truth in what they're saying? In that there are problems with the implementation of the bylaw that need to be addressed? Yes or no?
Through the Chair, yes, absolutely.
Okay. So is there an opportunity to deal with those by having a 1-month deferral or creating some sort of working group to deal with these issues?
Through the Chair, we don't see a benefit in deferring this item for a month in order to deal with these issues. These are issues that we are dealing with and will continue to deal with throughout this process.
But then why are these issues sort of coming up now?
Through the Chair, a lot of these issues were identified in the report. Some of these issues are actively being investigated by MLS. And again, I think these are issues that would require time and are complex and require the effort and the work to put into to remedy. And that's what we're doing. Okay,
I'm not getting sort of the just candid answer that I'd like. Like,
I'm sorry.
If you'd like,
sorry. Hang on.
Yeah. Can you pause my time, please?
Yeah, sure. I'll pause your time. It may be that you are not happy with the answer, but saying that staff is not answering you with candor, I think crosses a line.
I disagree. I'm just asking for yes or no answers.
Procedures bylaw. You look at the procedures bylaw. Members of this council are not permitted in a public forum to make claims that city staff are not being candid with them and honest in their answers.
I never said anything about honesty.
I'm sorry, you said not candid.
Okay, fair enough. I will retract the comment.
Thank you.
So, just to be clear, you think this report should go forward then, as is?
Through the Chair, we brought this report to this committee as part of our update of how the implementation and the phased implementation of this framework is proceeding.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Matlow.
I'd like to try again, but with maybe a couple of different options to try to resolve this issue. I'm considering either bringing a motion for deferral so that that there is time to work through those complexities and address the concerns, and then make it very clear for the committee and council whether or not staff agree or disagree with the different issues that have been raised and work through them, or work on a motion, an amendment today, working with staff and in consultation with the stakeholders who spoke, at the very least, to see if we can mitigate some of those concerns today and have something that we can go forward with today that we feel comfortable with and actually feel confident about supporting. And perhaps, you know, asking the chair and committee to agree to maybe hold this item down and then come back to it later. Sorry?
Sorry, Councillor, I'll pause your time. We deliberately put this item on first because some of the necessary staff need to leave pretty soon.
I'm trying to find a path. I'm trying to find a path that
just reminding you of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But regardless, I mean, our job is to work through things, and that's why we have committees, right? To get into the details and have something ready for council. So one way or another, and you know, I think, you know, my colleagues' comment and you know, in my frustration perhaps that you hear, it's not a suggestion, by the way. Staff, we admire and we respect the work you do, and it's not, there's no suggestion that you are being dishonest or any stuff like that. It's more that what I'm asking for, to be really clear, is that we just need to hear from you, like really clearly, of the specific issues that were raised today. Is it staff's position that you just you disagree? I mean, and if you do say it, that's fine. That's what, I think that's what Councillor Myers meant by candor. Like, if you think that they're wrong, just help us understand why. But if there are things that were said today that you believe, you know what, maybe we could work through that. Maybe we can make improvements. Maybe this can be better. We want to hear that as well. And then we want to create the space to be able to work on that, whether it be today or through a deferral. Could you just speak to that as best you can?
Through the chair, my apologies if I wasn't clear in my answers. I think we acknowledged the concerns that deputants had brought forward, and that we're working on addressing them through this implementation of this framework. What I can suggest, and through the chair, the recommendations that we've brought forward are a step in addressing some of the concerns as well. And those recommendations, I think the sooner that those recommendations are adopted, would allow us to continue that work more aggressively. We are happy to report back on progress at any point that council would want us to report back, but the implementation of the recommendations in this report, such as increasing available grant money, would help alleviate some of the concerns that the deputants are presenting today.
I'm not hearing that the deputants are suggesting that everything that's recommended is wrong, and certainly grant money is welcome, and your point is well taken. But what I'm hearing, and I ask you, like, if you're hearing this and if you could speak to this, is that there are some issues that they are worried are going to make, some of the recommendations are going to make things worse, and by simply just moving on implementing the recommendations, that we are then supporting making things worse. So can you speak to that? And I'm trying to find a way to address those concerns. And again, if you think that there's a misunderstanding, could you speak to that as well? Like, I really trying to understand your position on the concerns that were raised by the deputants.
Through the chair, the issues that are raised by the deputants and the challenges that we have seen through this implementation and challenges that have existed only highlight how complex this issue is. This update is the first update on an implementation of a program that began about 1.5 years ago. So it would be impossible at this point to say that we've addressed all the issues, and I understand, but we've acknowledged that these issues exist, and we're working at addressing them. That they haven't been addressed yet, I think is the reality of an implementation of a complex program.
Okay, that's your time. Councillor Nunziata, you had questions.
Yes, just on that point. So, to the staff, so you do acknowledge that there's still issues that exist, correct?
Through the chair, yes.
Yeah, I can't see you. Okay. So, would you be able to, some of the issues that exist that we heard from the deputants today, would you be able to come back to us with an update on those issues that you're working on, possibly maybe in February? And this way you can update us on the progress of some of those issues that you know that exist. Would you be able to do that?
Through the chair, we are happy to report back on progress. The only concern I would raise again is that the timeliness of the reports need to appreciate the complexity and the timelines required to seek out that information and to address it.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is we adopt the report that we have here today, but move a motion that you come back to us on some of the issues and just update us on that. I'm not saying to defer the report, I'm just asking we adopt the report, but move a motion that you come back to us in February with some of the outstanding issues that we heard from the deputant.
So through the chair, happy to report back. My only concern would be that February would be too soon.
February too soon? So what's the earliest?
I think the spring of 2026 would probably be a better report for us to present.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple more questions. Just reset my time. So a number of issues were raised during deputants, some from operators. And, you know, Councillor Matlow makes a good point that there's further conversation that has to take place. Just for the record, over the course of the first implementation phase, have we been consulting with housing activists, housing rights activists, operators, and so on? Can we just get a sense of that, please? Like the scale and scope of that? Could you detail that a bit?
Thank you, Chair. As my colleagues identified, I think consultation has been embedded all along the development and implementation of the multi-tenant homes report. The related divisions have collectively and individually reached out to stakeholders and community groups in a number of ways. On the Housing Secretariat side, we have spoken with nonprofit operators and some of their challenges, and we've also done extensive consultation through subcommittees of council and through the HRAC, through the Tenant Advisory Committee. And I think the intent, and I think I speak for all divisions here, is for that to continue as we continue to identify and work through barriers, complexities, and compliance issues in a program which is new, evolving, and complicated.
Okay, and I just want to, on the point about going forward, so for example, I had a long and interesting conversation with a particular not-for-profit operator who operates dozens of properties in the city of Toronto, and there are different challenges in each building they have. When we go in and try to talk to them about, you know, where they might be in violation of the building code or fire code in one of those properties, our goal is to help them achieve compliance, not just to shut them down. Is that correct?
Always that is our goal.
That's the goal. And where we've identified operators who have complex issues, are we supporting them with ongoing conversations and willing to do that in this next phase?
We are, and we have been, absolutely.
And the goal here isn't just to go and close properties down, but rather to transition to compliance with building code, fire code, and the licensing requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And why is it important that places where people live comply with the building code and the fire code?
So through you, Chair, having those codes are there, and my colleagues, I'm sure, will speak more eloquently about it. But those codes are there to provide safety standards for occupants of those buildings, especially in these situations where we might be dealing with people in very precarious situations that are living in multi-tenant houses. Having those sets of safety standards and bringing them into compliance would allow both to preserve that housing stock for people that require it, and also ensuring that it is safe for them to live.
And to put a fine point on it, the building code and fire code are provincial laws. It's not within the discretion of the City of Toronto to decide that, you know, for certain kinds of people, we'll just ignore that, is it?
Through the chair, to the chair. These are provincial regulations, both fire code and provincial legislation, and all buildings are required to comply with those. We do have, and pardon my voice, I'm struggling this morning, but we do have, as Gary alluded to earlier, a concierge service, similar services offered in Toronto buildings as well, where we do meet with individuals one-on-one to try to help them navigate through the complex regulations. In fact, Toronto Building, I believe it was last year, brought forward an MTH code consultant report to assist operators and to guide them to complying with.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to leave that there because I want to get one more in. Some people raise the issue of the right to housing, and the City of Toronto Housing Rights Framework makes it explicit that people should have access to adequate and safe housing. It's not just any old housing that doesn't meet requirements. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Does anyone wish to speak to the item? Councillor Myers.
I'm still working on my motions. Sorry for finding them.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak while Councillor Myers works along? Okay, I'm going to suggest a 10-minute recess for Councillor Myers and staff to consult with each other and give us a chance to get the language right. So, you know, talk amongst yourselves, enjoy the ambiance of this fine public place, and relax a bit. Members return to their seats. I think we're going to be ready to go in a minute. Councillor Matlow, Councillor Nunziata is here. Councillor Crisanti, can you put your camera on? There he is. Looking good, Vince. Do you have the motion? No? Jamal, can you send it? Okay. We'll just take a minute for the clerk to review it. Okay. Have we got Councillor Meyer's motion ready yet? Let me know when you're ready. Okay, Councillor Myers. Oh. For everyone who thought that governing was easy, this is an object lesson. Ready? Ready? Okay. Councillor Myers, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Perks. So I will be moving a number of motions. The first one is motion C. So City Council requests the DC Manager Infrastructure Services and the DC Manager Development and Growth establish an advisory group comprised of relevant stakeholders and staff regarding multi-tenant housing licensing for residential premises licensed, funded, or similarly approved by the Government of Ontario, the Government of Canada, or the City of Toronto. So these are to deal with those not-for-profits that have been previously operating without a license but now have to come into compliance, and how best that can be done, and to also deal with those group homes that are funded by the Province of Ontario's Ministry of Health but don't fall under the exemption for the Government of Ontario. The second part is motion B. So this is requesting a report back in Q2 2026 to the Planning and Housing Committee on establishing a resolution process involving staff and stakeholders to bring resolution to conflicts in application of laws, or interpretation of laws and enforcing laws and in priorities, the goal of developing viable paths for operators to come into compliance while ensuring the supply of multi-tenant housing is maintained and tenants aren't displaced. Secondly, producing policy interpretation and guidance materials for staff to ensure consistent interpretation and application of the laws, which includes developing standard operating procedures and protocols to guide officers in achieving compliance in a way that prioritizes maintaining tenancies and preserving dwelling room supply. To be clear, B would not be public. So this would be produced internally by staff and then reported back to the Planning and Housing Committee. C, report back on additional training for staff and understanding all relevant municipal and provincial laws, newly developed standard operating procedures and protocols, and the city's right to housing charter. So I think we've all heard from the deputants that there's still some additional training that could be had for staff in terms of how these very complicated municipal and provincial laws are interpreted in real time and implemented on the ground. And I think some additional staff training would be welcomed and helpful for both the staff and for the operators and the tenants, of course. And D, establishing effective coordination of the many divisions involved in implementing the multi-tenant housing's regulatory framework, including the coordination and development of standard operating procedures and procedures, protocols, and guidance materials. So I think, again, this has been a very good discussion. I think we've heard some of the great work staff have been doing to help move this forward, but we've also been hearing that there are problems that do need to be addressed and unintended consequences that are happening, and I think we have to be open to that feedback. I don't think anybody here wants to defer or delay providing grants or moving forward with anything. But I think what you've heard from the committee and some of the committee members is a desire to listen to what's happening on the ground and to see if we can adjust our approach to better meet the needs of the operators and those living in the multi-tenant housing, and also the staff who are trying to interpret these laws. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Before we go to questions of the mover, I'd like to vary the proceedings and bring staff back on the floor. There's an aspect of this I think committee needs some advice on. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, so most of what Councillor Myers has moved is very, very helpful, but I have a concern on motion B1A, and I need some legal advice. Is it within council's authority to establish a resolution process on the application of law, the interpretation of law, and the enforcement of law?
I would say the short answer is no. I don't see that that's possible. We could take the time to report back on that, but I'm pretty confident the answer will be no, that's not something we can do.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Yeah.
In response to what you just said, could you explain why not?
Well, we have to be able to enforce the law as we see it needing to be enforced at that moment in time. I don't think it's something you can pause and bring in a third-party mediator to determine whether or not something should be, a law should be enforced. But whether, if you're talking about having a third party come and help resolve conflicts, like separate from whether or not a law should be enforced, that's something different.
When I read this, like I don't see where it says to pause anything. My interpretation is that, and obviously the mover can correct me if I'm wrong, but that if there is any conflict, that there's a process of resolving the correct interpretation of the law. Like I'm not suggesting, I don't see this saying that you can't go and enforce something, but if there is...
It says enforcing.
Yes, no, but I don't see the word pause.
And there's no wording about third parties.
Well, the third party would, I understood that when I read it very quickly.
Sorry, I took that out. So that we did remove that.
I don't have it in front of me. I'm sorry. I can't. Right. So when you're talking about establishing a resolution process, I think a process is fine and, in fact, possibly a very good thing. But I think the part that I would have concerns with is that it's to bring resolution to conflicts and then in application of laws, interpretation of law, and enforcing laws. I think that's the concern that I would have from a legal perspective in terms of our need to be able to enforce laws without having to have a resolution process.
I'm yielding my time to the senator next to me.
Thank you. So if we just remove the enforcing laws, would that be fine?
I think it should say establishing a resolution process involving staff and stakeholders to bring resolution to conflicts. I think that would be more appropriate.
Fine.
Okay. That was constructive. Thank you, Kelly.
Okay, so Clerks, did you get that? Yeah?
That's fine. Yes, I'm amending it to say that.
Yeah, they're just working on it. Let's take a sec. Does anyone else have any questions while we're here? No? Okay. Okay, so that's the adjusted wording. Does that? Just one moment, Councillor Cheng. Councillor Myers, if you look at your screen, is that good? Okay. Yes, Councillor Cheng, what can I do for you? You'd like to speak to the item? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I really appreciate what I've witnessed today, which is true democracy in action. I'm really grateful to all the deputants who came to share very meaningful insight that would be difficult for some of us to see and understand, and that is why it's very precious that we get the chance as decision makers to hear directly from the community. One item that I heard about is the premature demolition or abandonment, intentional abandonment of properties by developers as lost opportunities for affordable housing. And I hope in future discussions we can explore the possibility of incentivizing developers to keep their properties livable and partner with not-for-profits to provide transitional or temporary housing that could support the housing crisis that we have. But I also am grateful to just see our fellow councillors working together to support the community and work with staff on something really positive that hopefully addresses a lot of the concerns that were raised today. So thank you, everyone, and I really appreciate everyone's great work.
That was very helpful and nice. Thank you. I feel better about myself.
Just want to thank staff for the report, and I appreciate your comments and on the questions that were asked, and also to the deputants. And as you know, when we approved this at council, the big issue was that there were a lot of illegal rooming houses out there that weren't licensed, which was a big issue for a lot of councillors. And in my ward, we did legalize rooming houses, but there were a lot that were illegal and where you received a lot of complaints. And what we were trying to do is make it safe for tenants living in rooming houses and make it safe and healthy. And that's why we brought forward that report and the licensing. So I want to thank staff for bringing this report forward. So I'm looking forward to the update that you'll be giving us in the spring. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay, I'll just speak quickly then. As Councillor Nunziata said, thank you to everyone who came out. These are incredibly complicated issues. On the one hand, we want to make sure that not one unit of housing is ever lost. On the other hand, we want to make sure that there aren't landlords out there exploiting vulnerable people and making them live in substandard conditions, which is the circumstance we have been in, since amalgamation, at least. The plague of illegal rooming houses in the city of Toronto, we have to remember, led to people dying in fires, led to people being kicked to the curb, like coming home from work one day and having all their belongings literally on the sidewalk. It led to the exploitation of students, of young people, of people with personal challenges in life, having no rights at all at the landlord-tenant tribunal because they simply weren't registered as tenants. And it's worth remembering that despite the hiccups and despite the difficulties, all of those tenants today are in better shape and have better rights and better futures than before we passed the multi-tenant home framework. We're not at 100% yet. It will take time. You know, when I was first elected, we were partway through legalizing, I think it was 77 illegal rooming houses in South Parkdale. And the thing that made it so difficult is because they were all operating illegally and therefore didn't operate with any kind of framework, each and every property was unique. The problems and challenges with each property were different from every other property. And it took time working with some landlords who were keen and some who did everything they could to resist to get to a place where they're all licensed. And I'll be honest, in 3 cases I can remember, the only way to resolve it was to bring a zoning charge against them and close it, because you had a landlord who was absolutely unwilling to provide safe housing. And that's something we cannot do. We cannot let the people we represent die in a rooming house fire. That's just over the line. So this is going to be a long process. It is going to be a painful process. It is going to be a process where there are individual cases that are heartbreaking. But it's all in pursuit of making sure that we as a city do not condone exploitive and dangerous housing circumstances for anyone living in the city of Toronto. And I want to thank the members of council and city staff. This is actually faster and better progress than I imagined we would make in the first couple of years. The fact that we have 40 formerly illegal rooming houses in suburban Toronto who are now in the process of becoming licensed means that we have hundreds of tenants whose quality of life is being improved. And that's something we should all be immensely proud of. So with thanks to everybody who's been involved, why don't we just take all the motions and the item as a package? Fair enough? And you know what? Let's record that for posterity. All those in favor, Councillor Myers, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Crisanti, and Councillor Perks. So that's unanimous. Didn't I say you? You know what? I just take it for granted that you're doing the right thing. Councillor Nunziata. So that's unanimous. Thank you all so very much. Okay. Yeah, so we've only got 5 minutes. We can't really do another item. See you all back here at 1:30 sharp. Okay, members, we have quorum. I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping before we get to our next item. First, I am going to move that in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 27, Council Procedures, the Planning and Housing Committee reconsider item PH 26.17. There's a technical error there that we need to correct. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I will now move that the Planning and Housing Committee amend its recommendation 6C to add create TO. Just have that up so people can see what it now reads. Yes? Somebody, and I'm not going to say who, forgot to type that in before. So all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now I'll move to adopt the item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. On item PH 2614, which was the heritage item about 39 Wynford Drive, I understand there have been conversations with the deputant, and with a small amendment, that deputant does not need to speak, so I'm going to move a couple of motions. First, that we adopt the recommendations in the supplementary report. Have those up. Okay. You've all had the supplementary, so yeah. And secondly, I'm going to move that City Council requests the Senior Manager Heritage Planning to continue to consult with the owner of 39 Wynford Drive regarding the proposed designation of that property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act through the Don Mills Regeneration Area Study process. So if we can take that all as a package, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. Members, we are at bare quorum. Councillor Crisanti has just informed us that he won't be available this afternoon. I don't know the whereabouts of Councillor Bradford. So for now, if you need to leave the room, we're going to have to recess. So please let me know. Members, I've had a request from Councillor Cheng that we deal with North York at the Centre Directions report for an updated secondary plan first after the lunch break. Although there are 5 deputants listed, only one of them seems to be present. So I'm in your hands. Do you want to reorder to deal with that first? Councillor Myers, you're moving that? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so I'm going to call our deputant, Marcus O'Brien Fair. Marcus, welcome back to Council Chamber. Okay, musical chairs, here it goes. When you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be on this side of the rope line with you. My name is Marcus O'Brien Fair. I am here in a personal capacity today as a resident in the study area of the North York Centre with a number of grave concerns about the report that is before you today. I understand may be deferred for discussion at a future point. But I did want to take a moment to draw attention of the committee to some of the elements of the report that myself and I think many members of my community find highly disturbing, with some strategy that is going to need to be brought to bear on how this moves forward. Just as part of an introduction, though I'm here in a personal capacity, I have served on the board of a local childcare centre, on a parent council of a local school, on a local condominium board, and as a youth sports coach for many years. So been involved in all facets of this community, as well as spending a fair bit of time in the previous councillor's office for this community. And there's a fundamental belief in the North York Centre that the population growth there, has not been adequately supported for a very long time. What has happened over the last 30 years has been a huge increase in growth, in some ways successfully, in other ways less successfully. But as we move through the public consultation process over the last year, I think there was a lot of discontent being brought forward by members of the community, bordering on outright anger. Because when you see a community that's not working and deficiencies that have been identified repeatedly over decades, and the proposal that is before you is that the solution now seems to be tripling the population in this community over the next 25 to 30 years, people are really just scratching their heads. The attachments in this report, attachment number 2 in particular, the community services and facility strategy, there's some big numbers in here. Projected growth of 165% over 25 to 30 years from 64,000 to 170,000 residents. That translates into a need for 8 new TDSB elementary schools, 3 TDSB high schools, and 34 new child care centers to support that growth. Unfortunately, there is very little information in here on how that's going to happen. The implementation page, which is page 36, there's one small paragraph here in language that is kind of difficult to decipher, but doesn't really seem to tell any of us how this is actually going to come to be. And I don't need to tell any of you, getting 1 new school in your ward open, getting 1 new child care center opened in your ward is a momentous achievement. To think that there's going to be 34 new child care centers opened over a 25-year period, I don't know where that number comes from. I guess that's just the reality, but what the numbers tell me in this report is that the city is not prepared to support the growth that it is proposing in this plan. There is no infrastructure that's going to be available to do that. So what I would like to see as a resident is a version of this report that talks about what would need to happen to support the current population levels today. Because I think even today there is a significant deficit, right? We're talking about years-long waiting lists to access childcare. We're talking about students overlooking schoolyards that can't attend those schools. Those buildings have been busing kids out, 20, 30 minutes to schools for the last 25 years. And this is a problem that hasn't been solved yet. We have major transportation infrastructure deficiencies, both in terms of traffic and active transportation. We've been talking about Transform Yonge now for over a decade. That doesn't seem to be any closer to advancing. It's not currently part of a fully funded capital plan at the city. We've been talking about a Yonge 401 interchange for over 20 years, and again, that doesn't seem to be any closer to happening. So I think there are real tangible questions in the community saying, where are we? What's it going to take just to support the current levels of population in the community? What's it going to take to support that level of growth? Then we can have a real conversation about how do we expand this neighborhood further. And listen, we all recognize there is a housing crisis in this city that is dire, it's serious, we are looking for solutions, but part of that solution has to be an infrastructure plan that is going to match any projected growth that comes forward. And until we see that as part of the plan, until we see that as part of the proposal, the idea of just trust us, this is going to naturally come as part of the process, well, that hasn't been our lived experience over the last 30 years. So I think we need to do something along the lines of what Mel Lastman did. Make this contingent on an infrastructure plan. He did it with the Shepherd Subway. We need to do it with childcare centers, schools, and a myriad of other community supports. And I hope that that will be part of the deferral motion today. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No. So, Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. Through the chair, just wondering, you've been serving the community for many years. What have been the challenges in terms of school capacity, and what do you see as potential solutions?
Well, as a personal resident of the community, I think there are a number of limitations. There are limitations in an area that is already so highly developed for acquiring new school sites if those are necessary. There are huge limitations in terms of what the province is willing to support in terms of new schools being built out. At present, for TDSB, if there is one allocation for a new school across the city in any given year, that's a big win for the TDSB. So to think that there are going to be 11 between the elementary schools and high schools that are identified is needed in this report over the next 25 years when there are so many dire needs in so many other parts of the city as well. I just don't see how that's going to happen. So I think that for many, they've given up hope, right? That their children will ever be able to attend the local schools. At this point, kids living in the community, having grown up over the last 25 years, may be sending their own kids to schools and still busing them out of the neighborhood because that problem still hasn't been solved.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much,
Chair.
Marcus. There were a number of other people who did register. I'm going to read their names just to make sure that they have an opportunity to depute if they wish. Rachel Chen. Adam Wetstein. Randy Pottinger. Tina Zografos. Are there any other members of the public who are here and wish to depute on this item? No? Councillor Cheng to speak.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members, for accepting this deferral of this item. I know that our staff have been working really hard on this report and have granted us several additional consultations because of the impact. This is the largest secondary plan outside of the downtown core, and it is quite impactful for what it will do to our neighborhood. And so I think we just need a little more time because members of the public, as well as myself, we only saw the most recent version a week ago. And yes, we have looked at many maps over the last few months, but we really didn't know where it was going to land. I would like to thank staff because I do see some scaling back in areas where there was a lot of concern, and many people in the community were very alarmed to see the consideration of opening up the ring roads, and we see that we've kept them closed in this proposal. So I think we've made really good progress, but the things that we want to analyze include how do we protect the quality of life? If we're going to add 100,000 people to this neighborhood, how do we do that in a way that doesn't make the neighborhood unlivable? So these are some of the questions that we'll be asking over the next couple of months, as well as working with the community to see what other solutions we might be able to bring to the table to make this a way that we can find to move forward positively. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
I want to lend my support for creating some space to allow Councillor Cheng to work with her community on ensuring that this plan, as Councillor Cheng has said, as Mr. O'Brien Fair has said, and I know many others of the community would agree with, which is that this can't be one of those, I think, unhelpful debates between do you support housing or are you against housing? And far too often we have these debates in our city. We're in the midst of a housing crisis. People need affordable homes to live in, and that is indisputable. What is equally critical is that the existing residents, and yes, the new residents, have great schools to go to locally, have daycares, have wonderful parks, have a great quality of life, have pipes and wires, have infrastructure, have everything they need to have a healthy, good life in their own neighborhood. And you shouldn't have one without the other. And from our experience with Midtown and Focus, I think one of the reasons that the plan was so successful, although changed horribly by the Ford government that literally took out a red pen and just scrapped a lot of the good work that we did with the city staff. But why the plan was endorsed so strongly by the community is that while there was upzoning, while there was a recognition that we're a growing city that needs to make room for more housing, the focus literally was on quality of life, on infrastructure and social services. So residents could see a plan that reflected their priorities rather than a plan that was just being thrust upon them. That's what success will look like if we get this secondary plan right. And that's what I know Councillor Cheng wants to champion. So I wholeheartedly support allowing that space and time for Councillor Cheng to work with her community along with city staff. And I've got confidence that together they're going to be putting North York in focus on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, so I will move the deferral on behalf of Councillor Cheng. But also to Councillor Cheng, I have a lot of density going in my ward, as you know, with the transit that I have along Eglinton and the GO and the up in my ward.
We have to.
And so what I would recommend, I mean, once you move forward on it, that you do work with the community and with the developers as they come forward, and try to get new infrastructure and community benefits in your ward. Like I have the Western Loop coming forward at infrastructure tomorrow, and that was all with the density that's coming in on Weston, community working together with the developers and getting this project forward. So at the same time, get that connection moving forward, because I think it's very important. You hear from the residents on what improved infrastructure that they would like to see in their ward, and work on that plan with the community and the developers. So, and I will move the deferrals.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a couple of quick comments myself. So I'll support this deferral. Councillor Cheng knows her community best, but I think it's important to inject a note of caution. First, the deputant and Councillor Cheng are absolutely right. The city's ability to put infrastructure into these plans is not great, and it's worth remembering why that's not great. First, when Marcus was working here, we had a couple of tools available to us to make sure we had the ability to deliver what we had hoped to deliver, say, for Midtown in Focus or the Downtown Secondary Plan, which were Section 37 of the Planning Act, and also a much more robust development charges scheme than we have now or likely will have going forward. So the ability of the City of Toronto to deliver infrastructure to support growth has been deliberately undermined by the province of Ontario. Second, it used to be the case that members of the public had the ability to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal in opposition to development applications. They no longer have that right. Third, the province's recent major transit station and protected major transit station area reports effectively pave over our official plan. If you wanted to create an environment where building healthy communities was impossible, those are the steps you would take. And I really hope that in the communications and conversations we're having with residents, those things are foregrounded, because I think Torontonians have to understand the extent to which the province of Ontario has taken away the abilities for communities to participate in designing our city. But the note of caution I want to interject is, while we have nothing in place in this area, we are vulnerable to applications coming in and having no policy adopted by this council to try to shape and scope those applications. Every day that goes by when we don't approve a secondary plan is a day when we get absolutely uncontrolled growth. So, with great reluctance, I'll support the councillor here, but I won't be supporting any further delays. And even if the plan doesn't meet all of our needs because of the constraints that the province has put on us, we need to get some rules in place. So even within the bad provincial system, we're using every tool available to us to stop the worst possible outcomes from happening. Okay. Any other speakers? No? Okay, on Councillor Nunziata's motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. And now, finally, we will go to the top of our agenda. PH 26.2, growing spaces for trees, protecting and enhancing the tree canopy while supporting infill housing and addressing concerns with Iceberg homes. Recommendation report. The first deputant I have listed is William Roberts. Hey, Bill, I think you're online. Can you hear me?
Yes, and
There
I
you
just
are.
got on.
Go
Okay. I was getting nervous. I've got a client scheduled for 2:30. Silly me. I thought at 9:30 first deputy I'd get on at least by 12:30. At any rate, basically the Swansea Area Ratepayers Group and the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association support the proposals. They're critical if we're going to have a tree canopy, if any amenity, we're going to deal with the heat island effect, deal with carbon capture, and cool down the neighborhoods. And trees are important to that. Part of the concern with the development of garden suites, more so than laneway suites, is for some strange reason, when people build a garden suite, they tear down the one-car garage and replace it with a two-car garage and then proceed to pave over most of the backyard to get to the two-car garage, which is what's permitted by the bylaws. That's a serious problem, and the Swansea Ratepayers have helped groups that were trying to fight that. And I do believe these proposals will, at the end of the day, hopefully, assuming the Committee of Adjustment and the T-Lab listens to people, protect future tree growth, not just the existing trees. But the concern remains that with many of these policies, especially dating back to the harmonized private tree protection, states that if something's built as of right, the trees have to come down even if they're a heritage tree. And that's a problem. Additionally, stating in the zoning bylaw that permanent, the pavers are not soft landscaping is also equally important, because the Swansea Ratepayers have on more than one occasion been at the T-Lab and listened to planners opine that expanding the driveway is really a betterment because we're using pavers instead of asphalt. That is not accurate. And I can tell you, because I worked my way through university and law school working for a landscaping firm, and it's in my letter, driveways require digging anywhere from 1.5 feet to 2 feet down. And then, but every 6 or 8 inches, you put in gravel and compact it until it's driven into the ground, which kills the fine roots and even big roots. Therefore, saying that that is not soft landscaping is important. And if you talk to any landscape architect, they would say exactly the same thing. Most ratepayers can't afford to hire a landscape architect and a planner if they're allowed to appear before the T-Lab. So for those reasons, I think it's important. But my one concern I want to draw to your attention is the fact that one-car garages are being replaced by two-car garages in backyards. This seems to be a serious problem in my mind. And given that the city no longer requires parking for private detached dwellings or laneway suites or garden suites, this becomes a concern. I don't know what can be dealt with on that, but that becomes a problem. The other issue that I mentioned, though it's not directly related to this, is the tendency for people who want to have a very large private attached house to stick a very small secondary suite in the basement and then proceed to be able to get their 19 meters and no FSI. I know that's not part of your reports right now, but it's something that you should be looking at. And basically, I'm going to edit here because it's been a long day. My letter covers most of these same points. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much. The next deputant we have is Janet May. Hi, Janet.
Anyway, who am I to question technology? Okay, so good afternoon to you and the other members of the Planning and Housing Committee. The Cliffcrest Scarborough Village Southwest Residents Association is pleased that the city is addressing negative impacts that infill housing can have on our urban forest. We support the proposed changes to protect the tree canopy. However, enforcement of the tree bylaw needs to be strengthened. Speculators are moving into our neighborhoods and snapping up starter homes. These houses become unlicensed rooming houses and are allowed to deteriorate. Once deterioration is beyond repair, the owner applies to the Committee of Adjustment to build a luxury house to replace the former relatively affordable starter home. Sometimes these developers apply to chop down the mature trees on the site. Sometimes they do not. Bylaw protected trees are routinely destroyed on weekends, leaving upset residents with no one to call. We recommend the following. 1. Provide tree inspections 7 days a week. MLS has mobile units available on weekends to respond to bylaw violations. Given the benefits provided by trees, bylaw enforcement needs to extend beyond its current limits. 2. Require urban forestry to report annually to council with the number of bylaw protected trees removed both by permit and illegally. Keep track of the builders, companies that remove trees illegally, and provide this information to the Committee of Adjustment and Building. If a developer is caught removing a bylaw protected tree, the penalty can include planting replacement trees. Sometimes these replacement trees are planted on the site before construction begins and then destroyed due to construction. There are no consequences for this behavior because the radius of the replacement trees is well below the bylaw protected size. A system is needed to protect replacement trees. Developers view the present fines as a cost of doing business. Amateurs are used to cut down trees without permits on weekends because there is no enforcement. These companies are out of compliance with labor laws. They do not use professionals, putting workers and neighbors at risk. And I have some photos here that I would like to share. Can you see those? Oh. Uh-oh. I guess you can't see my photos, eh?
No, Janet, we can see something saying Janet May is sharing content, but that's all we see.
I know that, yeah, clearly my senior, I'm beyond, my senior years have made me beyond this kind of technology. Anyway, okay, so I did provide the pictures in the letter that I sent. And one of the first picture shows a hydro line with a branch on it. This tree was being cut down illegally, and the branch actually hit the hydro line. Hydro was called. The wire was not snapped. It was just damaged. But Hydro pointed out that had the line snapped, somebody probably would have been killed. Hydro warned the workers about removing the tree without an expert. So then Hydro left, and undeterred, and because time is money, the workers continued. There were 2 workers involved in cutting down this very large maple tree. One of them was on the ground pulling on a rope that was attached to a limb that the worker in the tree was cutting. The worker is pulling the limb towards himself. I'm really sorry you can't see this picture because pictures tell 1,000 words. Neither of these workers were wearing a hard hat. Anyway, we the neighbors stood on the sidewalk and actually stopped them from continuing because we pointed out it would not be good press for them to kill seniors with limbs of falling trees. Anyway, healthy trees are cut down regularly in our neighborhood on weekends. We believe that the City of Toronto is responsible for enforcing bylaws in the building code. Residents should not be expected to police building activities, unsafe working conditions, and illegal tree removals via 311. Most of this activity happens during weekends and off hours. Building inspection and forestry need to coordinate to ensure that builders are not removing trees illegally. We think that the cost of doing business is leading builders to deliberately flout our bylaws.
Janet, I'm afraid you're at time.
I know, it's because I was talking about my pictures.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm very sorry that I could not finish, but I think somebody's going to die or get
I'm
seriously
so sorry,
injured.
Janet, we have to stop you there.
I'm done.
Okay. Are there any questions? No? Seeing none? The next deputant I have listed is Judy Gibson. Judy, I understand you're online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I just lost audio for a moment. Could I also share a document? Pull it up. And if I could start my time, I can get it up on the screen. Okay, hopefully it's showing now. Good afternoon, Chair Perks and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Judy Gibson, and I chair the Long Branch Neighborhood Association Tree Canopy Preservation and Enhancement Committee. I've been doing this for 7 years now, and over the past 7 years, we've been actively involved in partnership with the city by applying for grants and fortunately receiving grants in the Neighborhood Planting Program and the Community Planting and Stewardship Grant. In the past 7 years, our volunteers have helped to distribute over 9,200 native trees and shrubs for planting on private property in the city of Toronto. And we organize educational events, including an annual Tree Fest, which is the largest tree fest that celebrates trees, environment, and nature in the GTA and possibly the province. I'm pleased to be here today to talk about this item, and we're pleased to see it come back to this committee. The earlier report to this committee 2 years ago, in November 2023, identified that proactive solutions were needed as new infill housing has the potential to negatively impact the tree canopy and reduce the amount of suitable growing space for trees. So the Long Branch Neighborhood Association, I'll jump to the specific items first and then go to the reasons. The policies and zoning bylaw changes that are recommended in this report are designed to protect healthy, mature trees and to enable the growing of more trees and expand the tree canopy. So we strongly support them. In particular, we support the recommended policy changes to Chapter 4 of the official plan. We agree that artificial turf and permeable pavers and pavement should not be considered as soft landscaping. And I think Mr. Roberts has already covered off well why, because of the compaction of the soil and how trees don't survive in that environment. We agree that the area of soft landscaping should not include water surface area of outdoor with swimming pools, hot tubs, fountains, or other ancillary structures used to hold water, again, because trees can't grow in that kind of an environment. And we agree that the required building setbacks need to apply to all parts of a residential building above and below ground for the same reasons. However, for trees to grow and thrive around apartment buildings, we do believe that below and above ground setbacks should also apply to apartment buildings. There's an issue when people try to plant trees on top of parking garages. They don't do well. There's not enough depth of soil. So we would also recommend building in requirements for minimum areas, soil depth, and volumes to support the growth and maintenance of large canopy trees to maturity. We'd also like to see greater clarification on what is classified as an artificial pond, as it would need to have the majority of its surface areas plants to meet the intent of these policies. And to ensure that Toronto achieves its biodiversity goals, we'd also recommend stronger policies around providing space and sunlight, soft landscaping, and soil volume to support large canopy native trees growth. Too many trees, unfortunately, in our city are being placed in the shadow of tall buildings for much of the day, and this does drastically limit the size and species of trees that can survive in these adverse. Some of the reasons that we've included in the letter that we submitted for the need for these policies that are before this committee today is the most recent data we have is the city's 2018 tree canopy study, which showed that tree canopy in low-rise residential lands decreased from approximately 35% in 2008 to 31% in 2018. More than half of the City of Toronto lost tree cover during that 10-year period, and that's the area in the map shown in brown. So this is heading in the wrong direction when 40% tree canopy cover is the goal that was reaffirmed by City Council in December 2021. In addition, when we look at a study that was done by a Masters of Forest Conservation student a couple of years ago, she found that redeveloped intensified properties, there was a tree canopy loss of 56% on those properties, and adjacent properties where no development occurred, there was a tree canopy loss of 24%. So again, going in the wrong direction. And I've got data in here showing the dramatic loss in tree canopy in our particular neighborhood, as well as others in Etobicoke. I also want to raise the issue about the air quality that we experienced this past summer, which was quite poor. And our tree leaf area, which has declined, is an issue for that. So again, in summary, we support, the Long Branch neighborhood supports the recommendations that are before this committee today, and hope that you approve them on to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Judy? No, seeing none. Jeff Cattell. Welcome, Jeff. You can start when you're ready. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Cattell. I'm with the Federation of North Toronto Resident Associations, which involves 35 associations in North Toronto and North York. First of all, thank you for the previous deputations. We in sync with those great stories. We strongly support the growing space for trees concept and the proposed policy direction, which is intended to firstly protect and enhance the tree canopy while supporting infill, and secondly, address concerns with Iceberg homes. In terms of the recommended official plan amendments for neighborhoods and apartment neighborhoods, we support those changes which strengthen the scope and the depth of protection of the tree canopy. In terms of the recommended zoning bylaw amendments, we support those changes which reinforce and clarify the intent of soft landscaping, sort of issues that Judy has just described, and address issues associated with iceberg basements. The report recommends requiring building setbacks below ground for all low-rise residential buildings, except for apartment buildings, to apply below ground, consistent with above ground minimum setbacks in the residential zone category. I note that Judy suggests extending it to the apartments as well. Thirdly, there's a section in the report about enhancing the existing tree bylaws. We share the continuing concern and frustration of residents, as noted in the report, regarding the lack of compliance with and the enforcement of the existing policies and tree bylaws. We are aware of recent instances of flagrant gaming of the system. For example, at 712 Eglinton East, where the Committee of Adjustment approved moving forward the multiplex building forward on the lot in order to protect the ancient honey locust tree. The developer illegally culled the tree and afterwards applied for a garden suite in the space freed up by the moving forward of the building. However, we note that a major impediment to control of the gaming of the system is the city's inability to link tree bylaws and planning bylaw infractions, thanks to the provincial rulings on, quote, applicable law. Nevertheless, remedies are needed by the city in cases of applications on properties where trees have been destroyed and ravines encroached on prior to applying for approvals. We look forward to reviewing the proposed amendments to the tree bylaws in the spring. Finally, we note the link between agenda items 2 and 4, the one dealing with avenues, and the importance of wider sidewalks to accommodate the increased density and street trees to reduce the increased carbon footprint and ensure a pleasant, vibrant streetscape. The avenue setback requirements above and below ground need to be reconsidered. we request that this zoning measure be revisited to ensure sufficient space for both sidewalks and an avenue of street trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Nope, seeing none. Jeff, as always, thank you. Next I have Donna McParland. Hi, Donna, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, welcome. You've got 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay. Would like to speak to the issues we're experiencing in the Cliff Crest area of Ward 20. I was a member of the Stakeholders Committee for the Scarborough Waterfront Project since 2014, and I'm currently involved with the west portion. During this process, I have gained extensive knowledge of the Scarborough waterfront and bluffs, the shoreline and ravine erosion, and the importance that trees play in slowing this erosion process. As well, the bluffs are part of the North American migratory bird route and are home to many species of mammals, aquatic life, birds, bats, and butterflies, many of which are species at risk. The TRCA has conducted extensive studies of this area, including the residential area, and will continue to do so during the EA process. Their studies confirm the importance of the residential urban tree canopy in providing habitat for wildlife and birds. These mature trees provide nesting habitat and support the migration of thousands of North American birds where they live, rest, and feed prior to crossing Lake Ontario. Some species reside here year-long, and many are species at risk. The trees absorb water, support the fragile soil, and slow the inevitable erosion of the bluffs. Water tables in this area are extremely high. There are many underground streams and ravines flowing through the bluffs to Lake Ontario. The building of large infill housing resulting in the removal of many mature trees changes the trajectory of this water and enhances erosion. The city and the TRCA have not studied the effect of this infill housing and tree removal on the erosion of the bluff. I have asked repeatedly, but the city cannot provide the number of trees permitted for removal in our area in the past 12 years and the number taken down illegally. This information is vital to assess the impact of infill development on the urban forest and find ways to stop the destruction of mature trees. Since 2013, there's been an influx of builders buying large houses on large lots with many trees and applying to build huge homes and destroy most of the trees. If you look down any street, you will see rows of new builds with no trees on the property. I have yet to see a new build approved that has not been given permission to remove at least one mature tree. If they are not permitted, they wait until the construction is well underway and then remove these trees illegally. This usually occurs on the weekend using unlicensed and unprofessional workers to remove trees unsafely. The residents are left to police this situation themselves via 311, calling the MOL, etc. Janet Day has just spoken to the issue we experienced at 22 Anson. The fines are inadequate and considered a cost of doing business. The city does not have a 24-hour hotline for illegal tree removal, and the only option is 311. I have a house behind me that has permission to remove one tree almost 4 years ago, and they did that. The construction is incomplete to date, and they have just illegally removed 5 other trees, so there is not one tree left on this large property. Recently, on November 1st, I witnessed illegal tree removal of a healthy, mature silver maple right on my street. A group of men were placing wood into unmarked black Mercedes vans. I approached them, they stopped, and I contacted Forestry and 311, and the tree remains standing for now. These are just a few examples of the ongoing illegal removal of trees in our area. The city and Forestry needs to take this issue seriously and find ways to address this problem. The fines need to be increased, and the offenders need to be held accountable and taken to court. If they are fined $100,000, it may act as a deterrent. I would like to point out that, as noted, in our local area, at the corner of Bellamy and Kingston Road, through the OLT in the city, they have approved a condo project taking down 80 mature trees. 1 block north on Bellamy Road, there's a proposal to remove 4 single-family homes and build 115 stacked townhomes, which would take 50 mature trees down, some of them 200-year-old oaks. This will be a total of 130 mature trees in an approximately 2-block area directly adjacent to the Doris McCarthy Trail on a North American migratory bird route. This is totally unacceptable and in no way meets the city's demand to maintain an urban tree canopy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No, seeing none. Nicole Corrado. Nicole, you're online. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes,
Hi, Nicole. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
I drove to Toronto and I made me sad years ago at I think it was the Island Road in West Rouge years ago when trees were illegally cut over I think a Labor Day weekend. They just came in and destroyed all those trees illegally. It was awful. And I think that was before there were the tree bylaws. And I think that case actually sparked creation of the tree protection bylaws. But I agree that there's not enough protection. There really needs to be a 24/7 number. And, I know that Montreal, I think, has something called the Green Line. So it's where and not to be confused with the Green subway line, but there's a phone line called the Green Line that you can call, and it's for you can phone and you can call about the green, if there's any environmental issues, you can phone 24/7. And I think that's extremely important. The other thing you can also do is, and I think there needs to be protection for smaller trees. 30 centimeters is too small a number of trees that are protected. There should be protecting trees, say 10 centimeters diameter or more. And I think that also there should be a legal definition of a woodlot. So a woodlot should be defined as, say, 10 or more trees in close proximity to each other on one lot. So I think that a woodlot should automatically be protected, and should be considered to be possibly zoned as parkland. So there should be a woodlot designation or zoning that would protect multiple trees, because I looked at it and sometimes there'll be multiple trees suggested to be cut, for example, in some places. And that's quite concerning. So.
Thank you, Nicole. Are there any questions? No? Nicole, thank you for your deputation. Thaddeus Sherlock. Hi, welcome. Push the button. There you go. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Awesome. Thank you, PHE Chair, for letting me come and depute about the growing space for trees motion. That said, regarding changes from PH 21.6, which is the last time that this intersection of tree protection and infill was revisited, I'm glad to see that there is language in the official plan amendment and the new policy 4.1.14 allowing for some variance from the official plan zoning bylaw if it's provable that a variance is required to protect some existing trees on the property. However, I am concerned that since it's just the official plan, it's not that it may, excuse me. I am concerned that it may not be exact enough and that this protection should be directly included in the zoning bylaw as well. And specifically, I would think that excluding multiplexes and dental density, exempting them from adhering to the height overlay requirement would be useful in that vein. But basically to protect those trees. Emanating from that discussion as well, I can see the conflict around the soil volumes and depths, but not all properties can have this owing to utility lines or water sewer infrastructure underneath. So I'm also highly interested in the idea of, based on Councilor Meyer's member motion earlier this year, in fact, including permeable pavers, green roofs, as soft landscaping. I mean, passive and active green roofs are both immensely useful, but active in particular can be resident and community interaction with the roof, and you may be able to support trees relative to a passive green roof. But that said, excuse me. But sorry, I'm just going to rephrase. This bevy of options enables us to come back to part of the core for this inquiry, this bylaw, which is managing stormwater, and all these methods, while permanent pavers shouldn't be used, or permeable pavers shouldn't be used like as the only method of management, can be used in conjunction, should be able to be used in conjunction with other forms of stormwater management, and avoid the exact flooding that people have dealt with, and I myself dealt with last year when I was living in Long Branch. I also support artificial ponds being included in the soft landscaping designation, as there's potential for native planting, which would enable better absorption of water and growth compared to the artificial, like to the grass that we presently plant predominantly that's not native to Canada. Regarding the below ground setbacks, I believe these should not apply at all to apartment buildings. I believe that the wording presently including gentle density structures and multiplexes as well is concerning, that it should be constrained just to detached homes or the general built form of housing, built forms that only support one housing unit to which this applies. Because based on Sean Galbraith's letter, this is mostly detached homes pursuing this variance of extensive below-grade construction. There's been relatively little loss of tree canopy from observed multiplex garden lane waste wheat development thus far, but I do understand the concerns of the residents associations that wrote in with their accounts and documentation of canopy loss. I think a lot of that is owed to the difference in development mode between detached homes and gentle density, but I definitely think there should be increased bylaw enforcement as well. I mean, there's a joke in there somewhere about having them catch illegal chopping rather than being human speed cameras in light of what's going on with the province. But that said, and better bylaw enforcement, and then also more collaboration of urban forestry with our departments would really help maximize both the
Thank you,
infill.
Thaddeus. You're at time. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? No? Questions of staff?
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To staff, I wondered if staff could expand upon and elaborate on the content of the report that it refers to facilitating design changes. What does that mean? Other than in the public comments, I wondered if you could add some elaboration to what you're trying to achieve with this.
Mr. Chair, the official plan policies is drafted, and as we've in fact have already implemented with respect to multiplex development, is a recognition that sometimes a project might comply with the bylaw, but it would actually be better if it didn't, because you might make a trade-off to preserve a tree, but instead grant a setback variance, for example, or some other variance. That's what the Committee of Adjustment process is for, obviously, to deal with site-specific circumstances. And we wanted our official plan to be clear that that was a legitimate avenue to resolve issues around tree preservation, rather than frame the Committee of Adjustment as a barrier or a problem in order to achieve tree preservation.
So why does there have to be a trade-off? Why don't people just comply with setbacks? And so what I'm getting at, I just want to call it out. There's a reference to floor area in the multiplex OPA. And, is this implying that if somebody has to change their building footprint or shrink it, maybe increase the setback, that then they would be entitled to go and get more height or floor area?
I think what it implies is that not that additional floor area would be granted, but that the way that floor area is deployed might change, and that the Committee of Adjustment, as a group of citizen appointees charged by council to adjudicate minor variance applications, that's an appropriate forum for there to be an informed evidence-based decision on whether a proposal makes sense in order to balance various interests.
What do you mean by the way that the floor area is deployed? Does that mean it could be stacked, or does that mean it shifts where it is located on a site?
I think what it really means is the footprint of the building may change. And so if part of that meant some additional height and to accommodate that, that would be possible. I think what's more likely to happen, however, is adjustments to setbacks. Ultimately, we would expect an applicant to provide a design solution.
Okay, and so let's talk through an example. They want to preserve the tree in the backyard on one side of a lot, and maybe their proposal is to shift the house over closer to another lot line. I thought we had setbacks in place to deal with some very, very human aspects of planning, such as access to light, to air, to not feel overwhelmed by a building on a zero lot line. Why would we trade human needs for those of a tree?
Mr. Chair, my comments on that would be that I don't think in that situation it would be about trading off human needs for a tree. I think the comment is, in fact, that there are 4 tests to approve a minor variance, and that impact is going to be a consideration. And the intent of that setback requirement of the zoning bylaw will be a consideration under the 4 tests. And the committee will be able to balance those and consider those needs and consider whether all those interests are being appropriately balanced in the interest of tree preservation in this particular example. They may determine that there is not a good resolution. They could decide to turn down the variance because those other issues are not being adequately addressed. Or they could see their way to see a variance as being supportable in meeting the 4 tests, notwithstanding that it violates zoning standards, but that overall it's providing a package of development that meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act and represents good planning.
So that's in place today. Why add the overlay of the official plan amendment, if not anything but to influence maybe that process that you just outlined by the Committee of Adjustment? Why would we want to do that if it's there already?
In my opinion, the purpose is to be clear that such a design-focused resolution satisfies the intent of the official plan, and that the test in the Planning Act regarding the purpose and intent of the official plan to approve a minor variance would not, in and of itself, stand as a hurdle to presenting a good and reasonably balanced design solution.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, does anyone wish to speak to the item? Councillor Myers? Or Councillor Holliday, did I see your hand go up?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll just speak briefly.
Go ahead.
Only that I would ask the committee to consider the elements that I raised in questions with extreme care. I think that if we find ourselves in a situation where an official plan amendment is being exploited by a developer of a property to seek additional variances because of a tree, and realize that a tree could be in many conditions, could be a gigantic, majestic oak, and it could be something very small that is early in its life of growth. If we find ourselves in a situation where you've got entrepreneurially minded individuals coming along saying, I need more height to the building, I need more floor space, I need to have an obnoxiously small setback to preserve that tree, that we open a rift. And I believe that the public will not see this in a positive light. And I think that it will reduce confidence in the process. So I would ask the committee to exercise caution in how we step forward with this particular idea contained within this larger report.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. So I will be moving a deferral. That the Planning and Housing Committee adjourn the statutory public meeting for the item titled Growing Space for Trees, Protecting and Enhancing the Tree Canopy while Supporting Infill Housing and Addressing Concerns with Iceberg Homes. Recommendation report until the January 22nd, 2026 meeting of the Planning and Housing Committee, and that no further notice of public meeting be given, and request the Chief Planner and Executive Director City Planning provide a supplementary report at that time with information on minor variance requests for landscaping variances, and specifically variances related to soft landscaping that provides permeable area associated with multiplexes and the frequency of conditions of approval for such variances related to permeable pavements since council's adoption of the multiplex zoning bylaw. It's a mouthful. So this is the motion I've been working on with staff, and this is just to get more information before we make a decision on some of the permeable paving requests that have been associated with multiplexes in the Committee of Adjustments, just so we can perhaps fine-tune the recommendations that are coming forward to the committee.
Any questions in the mover? No, I'm just going to speak quickly. I'm going to be supporting Councillor Myers' motion. And just a note to members of the public, while this is a statutory meeting and in typical circumstances, we might draw a line under people speaking twice, because we're going to be having new information. I'm going to be ruling that people will have an additional opportunity to speak. So when this comes back, so nobody's lost their opportunity to consider the item in light of anything that comes in the supplementary report. I know Councillor Myers has been working very hard to try to figure out how we apply these rules in very different contexts, and maybe with this information, we'll all understand that a little bit better. Okay. Anyone else need to speak? No? Seeing none, on Councillor Myers' motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. All right. Members, so we have a few more items with deputants, but also we had item 1 held that had no deputants. Are you ready to deal with that, Councillor Myers, or? Yeah? Yeah? Yep. So why don't we go to item number 1, which is the, it's got a long title. Community Improvement Plan Amendment for the Economic Development and Growth in Employment Area, or Employment Edge, Incentive Program to increase tax increment equivalent grants and annual program update report. And congratulations to everyone on the clear language in that title. Okay, Councillor Myers.
Thank you. So I will just be moving a motion that City Council direct the GM, Economic Development and Culture, in consultation with the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, and the CFO and Treasurer to A, examine opportunities to support small and medium-sized enterprises, particularly businesses seeking to invest in new technology, innovation, or undertake smaller renovation projects that do not trigger a tax increment equivalent grant or qualify for support under the Economic Development and Growth and Employment Incentive Program, including exploring additional supports outside of the EDGE program that may help stimulate or support such investment. B, identify strategies to improve productivity, innovation, and competitiveness in employment areas, including measures that stimulate additional capital investment and modernization of facilities. C, engage industry stakeholders to understand their specific needs and interests related to additional capital investments that support business growth and create and retain jobs. And D, and report back to City Council in Q2 2026 with options to advance these objectives. So I've been working with the staff on this motion, and this is essentially to see if there are further improvements that we can make to improve the competitiveness, innovation, and productivity of businesses in our employment zones. I have one of the largest employment zones in the City of Toronto, the second largest after Councillor Crisanti, the Tapscott employment area, where we have major employers such as Claire Cosmetics, Amazon, Canada Post, Dufferin Concrete, and they often don't take advantage of these types of programs. So it was sort of I'd like to see if there's a way to sort of look at smaller improvements that maybe don't trigger the threshold for the TIEG or EDGE that may be made in these areas that can help these businesses, such as things like improving Wi-Fi access and internet access, maybe improving drainage, road paving, things like that, that just make these areas more friendly to operate for our businesses. That's it.
Questions of the mover?
I have a huge employment area as well. But some of these employment areas have local BIAs. So would that not be in partnership with the local BIAs?
I have no, they could be included in industry stakeholders,
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
but if you want to like do a friendly amendment to specifically mention BIAs, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I think it would be a good idea because I have an employment area that's as a BIA.
Sure.
So I think they should be part of the stakeholders. So you want me to amend it or you'll amend it? Friendly amendment for you?
Yeah, I can just do that. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, engage industry stakeholders, comma, including local BIAs, comma, to understand their specific.
Yeah.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else? No? Have we got that? Okay, the clerks need a moment on that. So why don't we hold that one down? We're pretty much there, but we'll let them work through it. And because I know we're going to be tight on quorum, where can I go next? PH 60 or 26.4 Housing Action Plan Avenue Policies Review Phase 2 Initial Study of Wards 9 and 11. I have a number of deputants. First is Claire Malcolmson. Claire?
Oh, sorry.
Hello.
Hi, welcome. Let me
Thanks.
restart the clock here, and you can start when you're ready.
Thank you very much. I'm here representing a group of planners, architects, construction managers, and builders working together to advance solutions for a mid-rise building in the City of Toronto. The mid-rise manual is kind of our Bible. It was commissioned by Environmental Defense and former Infill developer Bob Iceberg. And it is a step-by-step guide to achieving broader adoption of mid-rise. So the City of Toronto has already taken some direction from the mid-rise manual, and we're really happy to see that. We really appreciate the focus on the issues that the manual identifies as problematic. Current laws and policies prevent Ontario's builders, whether public or private, from realizing the intrinsic construction cost, environmental and labor efficiency advantages of mid-rise housing. Prohibitions and restrictive policies have made artificially what should be the most cost-effective building type artificially more expensive than conventional tall and sprawl. And as Ontario's housing crisis and unemployment worsen, it's really vital that we get this right. We are likely at an inflection point in Ontario real estate and home building at which cost constraints are driving changes towards simpler, less expensive products and processes. This does not have to come at the expense of excellent design, public realms, or safety, as was discussed for many hours this morning. Indeed, the professionals that are in the group that I'm working in want to spend more of their money and time on making their projects be really excellent homes and places to live at all price points instead of on lengthy processes. So really that's what we're here to talk about. So we've been talking with some residents associations about mid-rise and particularly young people, and I just think it's really interesting. One of the pieces of feedback that we keep getting is from people who actually don't live in Toronto, but they would like to, which brings up what the impact of not having this type of housing has had on the city. So the biggest out-migration demographic is children under the age of 5 and their families. This is based on a Missing Middle Initiative report. Just this week, the Toronto Board of Trade called this a massive threat to our economy. So while we're thinking about the big picture, and thank you so much for all the work you all do together to try to make this city as good as it can be, it's really important that we maintain housing for families. This is fundamental to the economy of Toronto, as you know, and Toronto's really the economic engine of the province, if not of the country. So we have to get this right. So in addition to the technical advice that this group has provided through consultation with the city and with Battery's consultation about mid-rise mechanics, I did want to just raise a few other points that are really important. So most important here is delivering an approvals process that cuts down from 2 to 3 years, ideally to more like 6 months. There are a number of ways that this could happen regarding bumping up the site plan exemption for mid-rise, creating a streamlined process for small, medium, and large mid-rise homes. We are really happy to see as of right zoning on major streets and avenues moving ahead. We really would like the city to consider reducing amenity space requirements and introduce optionality, introduce more creativity allowed on the part of the builder to provide amenities that are actually useful and relevant to the people living in that building. It is neighborhood specific, it's context specific, and in a city like this, we don't need to put a gym in every single building. Let's just let the builders be more creative here. We want to see some optionality as well to the upper level step back. I know that's just been changed, but you can consider site orientation. This is a huge additional cost for mid-rise builders. So at the end of the day here in my final 10 seconds, I think we need to decide what it is that we're really trying to achieve here. We really need to increase housing for families and young workers, and which elements are we going to prioritize over others in order to achieve that?
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Matlow.
Along with improving the processes, expediting timelines, constantly reviewing sort of where there are inefficient requirements and perhaps even archaic regulations, do you see the opportunity for the city to look at certain fees like development charges, maybe rather than having it as a static thing for everything, using it even more so as an incentive for family size units in mid-rise and others? And is there anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, I am a believer in the use of development cost charges to help improve our city and provide services. So it is really a matter of just trying to make this system as efficient as possible.
If I may, but even perhaps lowering or removing DCs on incentivizing family size units if a developer is willing to go in that direction.
Yeah, I think if it turns out that all of these changes amount to these projects still not being able to pencil while delivering the family sized units that are so desperately needed in the city, then yes. Again, this is for council to figure out how to achieve those. The other point I think that came up in this report I really appreciated was we've only looked at 2 wards so far, but really uneven distribution of heritage districts, secondary plans, et cetera. And I think in order for this initiative to fly politically across the city, and I now live in Scarborough Southwest, having grown up at St. Clair and Yonge, so they're different areas, they look different, they have different areas that people want to protect. We have to do this fairly across the city and not just have the areas that don't have heritage districts and conservation districts receive all of the mid-rise. I just think it's really important to look ahead to that and make sure that this is being applied as fairly as possible across the city.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions of the deputy? Nope, seeing none. Kate Marshall. Hi, Kate. I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Oops. Hi there. Sorry.
Hi, Kate. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the committee for allowing me to speak. I am speaking on behalf of the Beaconsfield Visitor or Resident Association. I'm not a member, but they were unable to attend this meeting, so I am sharing a document, or I shared a document that they prepared, and I just wanted to go through some of our concerns about the official plan amendments on the Avenues policy review, the Ward 9 and Ward 11. We understand that the intention to add transit supportive housing is important to the city, and we are all supportive of that. However, we are concerned there's a few issues within the pilot that have not, some issues have come up that require further work, and we wanted to make our feelings known about that. And specifically, we have found out that there are active school sites and residential streets that are now part of are being redesignated. And in particular, Dewson School, which is on Concord Avenue, runs between Concord and Ossington. There has been now a redesignation, although they don't meet the qualifications of the designation. So there was consultation with residents, but I don't think we know that people did not understand that the redesignation was going to actually not just be on Ossington, but also extend over to Concord Avenue. We have a concern that active public school properties are proposed for redesignation, as I stated, that a quiet residential street that is not an avenue, i.e. Concord Avenue, is redesignated, despite it does not even meet the report's own criteria. The consultation, as I say, residents were not made aware that this designation was going to include Concord Avenue. We also are concerned that in the designations, there's no mention or requirements for affordable and family-sized housing, and there's no parkland strategy within this report or within this plan. Earlier, you were speaking about infrastructure, but we are very concerned that there's no mention about the infrastructure that's needed when we add density onto a street like Ossington, which has one bus route at the moment that's very busy. So we ask, we were wondering if, to reconsider removing active school properties that are oversubscribed at the moment, Old Orchard School on Ossington, and also, as I said, Dewson on Concord Avenue. The redesignation of Concord Avenue, it is not an avenue. It's a narrow one-way residential street, and it's not required to support the mid-rise development on Ossington. The lots on Ossington are deep enough to allow the development as it's been set out. The staff report stated that extensions onto local streets would only be considered when avenue lots are too shallow to support mid-rise buildings. And Ossington lots are generally 100 to 120 feet deep, so they do not meet this condition. So we feel that it's inconsistent with the intent of the report and also the treatment of the adjacent blocks, i.e. Concord north of Dewson and south of the school, which are not redesignated. We also believe that the consultation did not really work very well. There were only 40 residents at the meeting, only 8 attended in person, and of the 1,500 survey responses, only 24% were from the Ward 9 and 11. So we believe that there's a need to further communicate in very plain, clear language with the residents of the two wards about what is going to be happening and what the designations are. We also are concerned the proposal contains no affordable or family-sized housing requirements, which we know, as the previous speaker referenced, we need to make sure it's not just all expensive one-bedroom condos that are being built. And what we would also ask about parkland strategy. There's clearly some parkland deficiencies in the downtown core, so we would ask that that is added. And also, where possible, you know, is there any way to understand better what the servicing infrastructure, transit, or school capacity analysis is, especially if you're looking at decommissioning two very busy and unique schools in the downtown core. So thank you for listening, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for your deputation. Next, I have Daniel Zhang.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Dear Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Daniel Zhang. I'm a development associate with 10 Block, and today I'm here to speak in support of the Housing Action Plan Policy Avenue Review Phase 2 Initial Study of Wards 9 and 11. Say that 5 times fast. This policy initiative is a significant positive update to Toronto's planning framework, enabling desirable mid-rise complete communities across neighborhoods in Toronto. There's 3 key reasons why this committee should adopt this item. The first is that this policy incentivizes the right thing at the right time in the right places. Mid-rise residential is extremely desirable and also somewhat missing from Toronto's urban landscape. Through the excellent work done by staff in Phase 1 of this Avenues Policy Review, the city has identified a wealth of new avenues that support this type of intensification, from a servicing perspective to schools to transit. Simply put, this policy is incentivizing desirable mid-rise development in the areas of the city that already can support it. A common thread in world-class cities, from Barcelona to London to Tokyo to Berlin, is a wealth of supply of this mid-rise residential product. I believe Toronto is a world-class city. It's about time we have the urban form to match. Secondly, is that the policy sets a consistent playing field for both developers and the city. Once fully implemented across phases 1 through 3, generally speaking, if you're on an avenue in the city, you'll be permitted mid-rise development as of right. This combined city-initiated upzoning and official plan amendment is the best policy vehicle to deliver these positive changes. As you may know, sites that receive only a secondary plan or city-initiated official plan amendment will still require a separate zoning bylaw amendment, even if that zoning bylaw amendment is only bringing the site into compliance with the OP or secondary plan. These applications take time and resources for both developers to prepare and for staff to review. Thus, this paired OPA-ZBA approach de-risks the planning process by removing uncertainty from the system. In today's economic environment, I think we could all do with a little less uncertainty, frankly. It also speeds up the process and frees up staff allocation to focus on the important municipal initiatives or complex projects that require and would benefit from the expertise in the city. Thirdly, this policy is a meaningful first step in addressing Toronto's complex housing needs. I want to stress to this committee that housing delivery is a lagging metric. Even with streamlined approvals, developments and projects will still take years to deliver occupancy. With lagging metrics, the speed and the timing of implementation matter just as much as the implementation itself. I ask that this committee be bold in both approving this and spearheading new initiatives that expand what is permitted as of right in the city. The lag between policy implementation and on-the-ground results is already evident within the city. I don't think anybody, development-wise or planner-wise or council-wise, is going to be able to change that impact. But when staff and councillors take bold, decisive direction, such as the amazing work on display today, it can lead to ripples that will echo across the entire development industry. Here at 10 Block, as a community-focused developer of multi-family apartment buildings, we see strong alignment between the amazing work here today and our work. In that spirit of building more homes for Torontonians, whether they be already here or wanting to move here from shores near or far, I ask that this committee adopt this item and continue to explore more opportunities to expand as-of-right zoning and official plan permissions for more housing typologies across this great city. Thank you very much for your time. I hope everyone has an excellent day.
Well, thank you for your kind wishes. Are there any questions? No? I'm going to do my best to have an excellent day. Okay, thank you.
That's all I ask.
Great. Jesse Barker. Jesse, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi Jesse, welcome. You've got 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Great. Thank you to staff, council, and advocates for all your work on this. I think it's an excellent report, and I wanted to say I support almost all of the staff recommendations, and I encourage council to move on with increasing as-of-right development permissions across the city as quickly as possible. I say almost because I want to point out a glaring contradiction in the staff report, and that's a contradiction between our equity statement and the overview of areas to remain in existing designations. So our equity statement reads, the city recognizes that housing is essential to the inherent dignity and well-being of a person, and access to housing is a foundation for sustainable and inclusive communities, end quote. That's all well and good. It then goes on to state that, quote, it's intended to expand housing options through as-of-right zoning in support of more market, non-market, and mixed housing across Toronto. This initiative aims to accelerate the availability of housing to accommodate the diverse needs of people at all stages of life, of all household sizes and incomes, end quote. However, the city also states that South Rosedale is exempt from this study, as, quote, the lands within the South Rosedale Heritage Conservation District Plan conflict with permitting as-of-right mid-rise buildings, end quote. Which leads one to ask, does the city not believe that Rosedale should accommodate diversity of all household sizes and incomes? Should it not be sustainable and inclusive? It certainly isn't by the city's own statistics. The city's 2016 neighborhood profile shows Rosedale Moore Park having more than double the median family income of Toronto as a whole, and a visible minority population of 18% as compared to 51% in the city, which shows that residents of Rosedale have achieved their goals. When apartments first started being built in Rosedale after World War II, the South Rosedale Ratepayers Association lobbied the City Planning Board, of which 3 members were Rosedalians, to deliver a planning report on Rosedale that objected to apartment buildings. The report concluded that, quote, the primary objectives in Rosedale should be the protection, preservation, and enhancement of the planning district as a first-class residential area for residents of high financial, social, and professional standing, end quote. And since that time, a negligible amount of apartment buildings have been built in Rosedale, while the existing residents have access to downtown amenities, 3 subway stops, plentiful parks, and some of the finest schools in Ontario. It's not for nothing that the first ever housing case at the Ontario Human Rights Commission was Cahoon versus Rosedale Manor, 1963, which was a case where an Indonesian student was denied housing on the basis of their race. And lest we think that's in the past, I'd volunteer the Rosedale Golf Club didn't lift their ban on Jewish members until the year 2004. In terms of equity statements, I'd note that gay marriage has been legal in Ontario longer than Judaism has been legal in Rosedale. The chair of this committee frequently says that in Ontario we zone for buildings, not for people. But when we have a report that says adding new buildings will create complete communities and we couldn't possibly do that in Rosedale, I wonder if that's true. I understand heritage is important to the aesthetics of a city, to our understanding of our history, and to architectural excellence. However, it's frequently weaponized with residents seeking exclusionary outcomes. I request this committee review the exclusion of Rosedale in this report and future reports, and allow it to accommodate the diverse needs of people at all stages of life, of all household sizes and incomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for your deputation. Muzaffar Pasha. Hi, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. You've got 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay. I strongly oppose this proposal. Under this proposal, the city council is giving up even more of the city to developers. In today's Toronto, as of right, means really developers have all the rights in Toronto, not its actual citizens. And in actuality, to me, the way I've listened to some of the deputants, really Toronto has become a playground for the rich and the development community. And more specifically, getting into this proposal, under Bill 33, Doug Ford just dismissed the school trustees, replaced it with appointed supervisors, with the speculation that these public lands potentially will be sold to developers. It seems that this proposal by the city beats him to the punch with the rezoning proposal with OPA 862, which seeks to rezone schools for development as apartment neighborhoods to accommodate mid-rise developments. And this plan is to rezone public schools that eventually down the road, the assumption is that Premier Ford will hand the land that children have played on for generations to developers. And the question is really, when you think about it, after this pilot, is this the plan for the rest of the city? Scarborough, North York, Etobicoke. And if you look specifically, the maps in Appendix 1 of OPA 862 show the entire property of Dewson Street Junior Public School at 65 Concord Avenue, and the entire property of Old Orchard Public School at 380 Ossington Avenue proposed for designation from neighborhood to apartment neighborhoods. These are not surplus or underused sites. They're over-enrolled schools serving hundreds of local children every day. The staff report states clearly that the purpose of Phase 2 is to redesignate avenues to mixed-use or apartment neighborhoods. And this has become more concerning when viewed alongside Bill 33, the Supporting Children and Student Act 2025, which gives the Minister of Education sweeping new authority to sell or dispose of school board assets without first offering them to public entities. So now I ask this committee, I ask City Council, how close is too close for children and adults in or around school property? Do you really think that parents across Toronto want their kids that close to housing use with adults they don't know? There is an election coming up next year. And so the real question is you have to ask yourself about this school rezoning, and his catchphrase going to be, because nothing says safe learning like a balcony over children's recess. Or, I don't think this is hyperbole. I think this is extremely concerning. And what's also concerning is that the Toronto School Board is seeking to submit its schools for rezoning for development. And this doesn't make sense. Many of you, as I was outraged about Doug Ford giving Therme, a corporation, a 95-year lease at Ontario Place, which is pretty much giving away public lands for 95 years to a private corporation. What is the difference here? Ontario Place is public land, public schools are public land. And so I just think that, if we start selling off school property to developers, and through this rezoning, does the City of Toronto councillors, do they have a right to be publicly outraged if at a future point, school board property across the province is being sold for development? And so, number two, countless heritage properties along this proposal for Bathurst, College, Oxington will lose their characters. And this is a continuing story of Toronto allowing developers to destroy more heritage properties and putting up buildings that have absolutely no character. And they are often fourth or fifth year design character. And each year, more and more of Toronto's history gets destroyed. And as this proposal stands, you're going to see this trend going on. And as local citizens, we don't have any rights to really interject, because developers have as of right. And if you look at this, and you can, often these developers are coming out of community, don't have a stake in local neighborhoods or heritage preservation. There is no skin in the game, and none of this will bring affordability, because a lot of, but it will make a lot of developers more wealthy. It's an opportune, moment, and developers do not bring, by building development at market prices, to bring down prices. They build to push up prices so they can continue on to the next project. And I asked the council, why would they build to drop prices or make housing that's affordable for families?
You're at time. You're at time.
Okay. I asked the council to think about this proposal.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for your deputation. Next, I have listed Jeff Cattell. Come on up, Jeff.
Chair and members of committee, thank you very much. I'm Jeff Cattell, co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto Resident Associations. This report deals with wards 9 and 11, but it represents the first stage in the implementation of the Avenues Policy Review to, quote, modernize policies and zoning to enable mid-rise buildings along avenues. The report studies new and previously re-examined avenues to determine where designation to mixed use or apartment neighborhoods with corresponding zoning is appropriate to enable mid-rise developments. The report is frankly complex and detailed. It establishes a methodology or uses a methodology that was proposed and guidelines to examine Ward 9 and 11 and proceeds with analysis and direction for the other 23 wards. As such, this report is extremely important and precedent-setting. In general, we support the direction and appreciate the careful examination of planning issues leading to the recommended decisions and development of guidelines. However, there are some significant issues that we would like to raise. First of all, protected major and major transit station areas, PMTSAs. The provincial approval of official plan amendments for P/MTSAs represents a major overreach of the city's land use planning process that directly conflicts with the HAP Avenues policy. The PMTSAs mandate minimum density, minimum, not maximum, while avenues mandate maximum densities. Coordination and integration of three key planning policy initiatives, the MTSAs, avenues, and thirdly, EHON major streets, has got to be a priority need for city planning, together with authentic public engagement in these processes. And we've actually asked for a forum early in the new year with City Planning and Development Review to talk about this. And with a legislated time frame, with MTSAs, you're dealing with a 9-month time frame, and with avenues having a phased 1-year process, and major streets, I guess, as directed by City Council. Secondly, second issue I want to raise is out of the Avenues Policy Review Phase 2, the work plan. The process for implementation in other wards across the city, the other 23, is unclear. Will there continue to be a ward-by-ward approach of consultation, analysis, and report back, or will the remaining wards be grouped with citywide consultations? We would like to see a clear, unambiguous commitment to a phased and ward-based approach to this phase 2 process going forward. Thirdly, the application of this guide, the redesignation and rezoning guide. There are several issues. In general, we support the application of the guide as proposed. However, there are 3 matters which we object to. One is heritage conservation. The report notes that Rosedale Heritage District, in other words, designated under Part 5 under the Ontario Heritage Act, is recommended not to be redesignated to mixed use or apartment neighborhoods. But there is no reference to the other heritage designated properties in these 2 wards. So it's unclear what the policy is going to be there, and we would suggest they not be redesignated either. Otherwise, what is the point in having heritage designation? We recommend they be excluded. The second issue under the guide is the shallow lots with frontage on avenues. The guide says, in instances where a lot depth is shallower than the ideal, depth in the mid-rise guidelines, staff recommend extending the redesignation and rezoning to parcels behind the shallow parcel to enable a mid-rise building in accordance with the building design guidelines. We strongly disagree with that proposal, which opens the opportunity for inappropriate incursions into internal neighborhood streets. And due to the additional rear lands that you've empowered, will lead to pressure for much bigger and taller buildings than anticipated under the mid-rise building design guidelines. The third issue under the guide is school sites, and this has been mentioned by a couple of previous debatants. School sites were considered within the scoping and redesignation criteria, and the report recommends that 2 TDSB schools be redesignated to apartment neighborhoods. No rationale for this recommendation is given. Given the current government's overreach of the TDSB, as discussed by a previous debatant, and other school boards in replacing elected trustees with appointed supervisors, we really worry about making these lands more, quote, attractive to the Ontario government. As such, we strongly disagree with the proposed redesignation of the school lands. And the fourth issue.
Thank you, Jeff. You're at time.
Okay. Happy to take any questions.
I was just going to say that. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Matlow.
Jeff, one thing that has not come up, and I recognize your Fontra's position is in support of mid-rise development as a general principle on the avenues, but the city today does not have the ability to prescribe the return of fine grain retail on our main streets, and does Fontra have a position on, again, aside from debates over height and density and the number of units and everything that we always discuss in the city, would you not agree that one thing I think we can all agree on is the importance of having vibrant and successful main streets, regardless of how many stories above, and the ability for small independent stores, not just big banks or Shoppers Drug Marts, to be able to be part of our main streets?
Yeah, absolutely. We've certainly spoken about that. We're totally in support of the fine-grained retail, and I'm not sure what the answer is. There's something that needs to be raised, maybe a member's motion or somebody could raise. It goes along with concerns about trees on the avenues. The ideal being a double row of trees, and with enough depth of root to make them viable. And wide sidewalks and protected by, making it really livable, walkable, and with the fine-grained retail for the building. That's why I didn't get to it. I was cut off by the time. But one of our recommendation is that avenue setback requirements be revisited to ensure sufficient space for the sidewalks and the tree canopy, and I agree that goes along also with the fine-grained retail. I don't know legislatively that's a question of how do you achieve that?
Through provincial policy changes that give us the ability to do so. As is the root
I'm not sure if the provincial changes have affected that. I think it.
No, meaning, sorry to dialogue, but I'll just clarify, meaning that like the root of virtually everything in the city of Toronto, we need the province to allow us to be able to ensure that that happens, without the provincial government saying, we agree that that should be part of the tools in your toolbox. We won't be able to do that. That is simply put it.
Totally. We're in an increasingly repressive environment, and it's a creature of the province is in spades.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Jeff, thank you so much. The final deputant I have listed is Farah Rahman. Farah, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi, welcome. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for giving me the time. As the last speaker, I will get long, I promise. And many of the speakers before me have covered some of the concerns that we have, but I would like to strongly oppose to two things. One is at the corner of Dewson and Ossington, your map, the current map, actually shows the redistricting or redevelopment extend all the way to Concord. As one of the previous speaker has already said, Concord is not an avenue. It's a one-way narrow street flanked by private homes and a school. So I think that is a mistake. It even breaks your own planning guidelines. So I don't even know why it is there. Second, the school property being rezoned as development is completely wrong. The Dewson School is a French immersion school, and in this catchment area, that is the only such school that we have. And in addition to that, that open ground with the school is used by many people for their dog walking, children playing. And one of the previous speaker talked about maintaining young family housing. I mean, really, you're going to get rid of a school that is designated for this area to put housing when they won't have an option to send their children if they decide to send their children to a French immersion school makes absolutely no sense to me. So those are my 2 points that I wanted to raise additionally, and I do strongly object. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the deputant? Okay, I don't see any. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Matlow.
Yeah, I was just about to speak with staff directly. So could you explain the rationale for the inclusion of the schools?
Sure. Thanks. And through the chair, the rationale for the schools is that schools are permitted in all of the proposed land use designations. So that's mixed use areas as well as apartment neighborhoods. These schools, the two that we're talking about, were both proposed to be designated as apartment neighborhoods. And that's just to be consistent with how we've applied the avenues policies throughout the avenues.
And like some residents raised concerns that this essentially upzoning would make it more attractive for the Ford government to try to just monetize public school lands. Is that something like? I don't want to be unfair. Like, is that something that you consider, or is that just sort of the politics of it, and you're looking at what you believe is good planning? Like, but these are concerns that have been raised. I just want you to be able to address them.
Yeah, I can certainly speak to the planning element of it.
Mm-hmm.
And to that, the zoning actually is not changing for these sites. It's going to be staying as the R designation for residential.
Mm-hmm.
That was the case for anywhere that was redesignated to apartment neighborhoods. Further to that, we do know that these schools are active school sites. They also do have capacity for further growth. And in speaking with the school board and Toronto Lands Company, that these are intended to stay as schools.
Okay, actually, that's important to understand. So both the school board and the Toronto Lands Corporation have told you that they don't plan to be selling off these properties?
They've said that these are active schools and they have capacity for more students to accommodate the growth in the nearby area. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, while I've got you, I brought up the fine grain retail issue. I know that's not sort of the focus of this entire report, only, you know, and often because we don't have the power to do anything about it. But I have moved motions in the past to certainly advance this interest toward the province. And, you know, one of the, like, I just find that a lot of these debates we have are these kind of binary debates between, do you support development or are you anti-development? Are you supportive of housing or do you want something big or do you want something small? But we often lose some of the substance in it. You know, Claire Malcolmson brought up earlier about the importance of family-size units, for example, or trees or better public space. And I would add the fine grain retail component. Is there work being done to find ways, find tools for us so that as we support more mid-rise development on our avenues, that we don't end up having main streets with only like just these giant floor plates that can only accommodate a big Popeyes or Shoppers Drug Mart or a bank, but that we can see the return of like mom and pop shops and bakeries and cafes and all sorts, and a diversity of different types of retail to serve a healthy community with, yes, a larger population.
Yes, through the chair. So it is certainly something that comes up a lot in our conversations with community groups about the types of retail they would hope would be would occupy the storefronts on the avenues. In some cases, through the policies that you have before you and the policies we've had for a while, we require commercial at grade. In some cases, we permit it but don't require it. Some of the work that we're doing right now and part of the study that we're doing right now is understanding with the tools we do have, as the councillor notes, there's a lot of tools we don't have. We can't dictate who a property owner rents the space to. We can't dictate whether or not a particular entrepreneur chooses to invest in a space. What we are looking at is how the form and layout of those spaces impacts the types of business that could feasibly move into them. Often those are impacted by things beyond zoning. We had a previous motion from the councillor related to garbage collection and loading, and those kinds of things can impact the type of layout you can have in a commercial space. Yeah. And that layout then can impact the type of business who can feasibly and viably set up within that space. So that is an active piece of work that we are looking on right now.
And then, I mean, you mentioned we've talked about sort of the loading requirements and the height of the space to be able to do so. But are you, along with Valessa's team, working on it's one thing to say we want more mid-rise on our avenues, but if it's not financially feasible, if it's not realistic, it won't happen. Are we also looking at ways to make it possible to actually achieve our planning goals on our avenues?
Yes, we are. And actually, one of the delegates earlier referred to some of that work that we're doing, drawing upon some studies that have been done by external stakeholders, trying to understand, really dig into what I would call the pro forma of development of building a mid-rise building. So it's not sufficient just to say it's permitted. We have to make sure it's actually viable. And some of that relates to zoning, and that's why you have the report in front of you today. But there are other requirements, standards, and so on that can impact the viability of that development, that can, in terms of whether or not a mid-rise building would actually get built. So we are doing some work right now to kind of peel back the layers of that onion, to understand what some of the other standards, requirements, things that we can do as a city to facilitate builders being actually able to take advantage of the new permissions that are out there.
Thank you. I think I'm out of time.
Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just a couple questions on those comments. As far as the retail on the main floor, do you find that a lot of these developments, and I've noticed it citywide, where they have provided retail on the main floor, but they're having difficulty in leasing them out? They're vacant.
Through the chair, in some locations, yes, and some of that relates to, I would say, the configuration of those spaces and whether or not those spaces are kind of attractive to the kinds of small-scale retailers that would like to locate there. Some of it relates to leasing requirements. Overall, I think the retail vacancy is low in the city. But we do see in some of the new buildings, it can take a while to lease up those ground floor commercial spaces.
And what you see is maybe a Tim Hortons or, you know, a chicken place or whatever, because I see a lot of them vacant for lease, and it actually is, you know, it doesn't look good when you have a main street and you have all this vacancy on the main street because there's difficulty in leasing. But getting back to the schools, if there's a school that becomes vacant and it's surplus to the province could pretty well rezone and do what they want on their site, right?
Through the chair.
Because they have to declare it surplus first, and then if they sell it, so.
Yeah, through the chair, my understanding is that it's still the case that for surplus school sites, they would first have to be offered for sale to municipalities,
right,
other school boards, before it would go to the private market for sale.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Does anyone want to speak to the item? No? Okay. I will move the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. Before we go to the next item, I believe Councillor Myers' motion on item number 1 is ready. So why don't we dispose of that? Could have that up. Okay.
So it's the same motion, just adding the reference to the BIAs in section C. Yep.
Great. We'll take this and the rest of the item as a package. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. That takes us now to item 7, the South Etobicoke Transportation Improvements to Lakeshore Boulevard, West, Humber Bay Shores, and the Queensway in Ward 3. We did have a deputant or two. Oh, 3. First, I have Doug Schattler. Doug? Is Doug Schattler here? No? Final call. Doug Schattler. No? Okay. Tim Ellis. Tim, I understand you're online. Can you hear me? Tim? Final call. Tim Ellis. Okay. Thaddeus Sherlock. There's Thaddeus.
Okay, it's on. Thank you once again, Mr. Chair. So I'm speaking to this time regarding the transit improvement report in South Etobicoke. I think it is imperative that we improve how the network works. Like, I lived in Long Branch for 3.5 years prior to mid-2024. I currently live around 6 Points, but I often travel in around Etobicoke for various community functions or needs, and the corridor definitely needs, like Humber Bay Shores, as mentioned in the report, has significant population growth, but it is also a bottleneck on account of the configuration of the Queensway and where that goes, and then even just the rest of the Queensway west thereof, and the overall zoning change from industrial and like general employment lands core to more of general or like mixed use that enables housing. But a lot of this has been proposed up to this point with Gardner and 427 use in mind, and not necessarily multimodal transit, which has resulted in a less than stellar TTC situation and has admittedly put me in positions before where I have not always looked for housing along the Queensway because of that lack of access to frequent transit unless I'm near one of the north-south streets which have those transit routes. As well, I think there is another major level barrier that comes in traffic flow wise, in addition to whatever vehicular bus and such traffic you get on the Queensway or on Lakeshore. There is like a substantial clustering of schools along Royal York Road, north of the Queensway, but south of approximately Norseman. That means that there's a lot of morning and afternoon peak traffic flow purely for student pickup drop-off. And while I'm not going to say, okay, while I do not advocate for moving these schools away from where they are presently, I think there could be more forethought to sort of that network, keeping that flowing. The TCC already runs higher 76 bus service around pickup and drop-off times. But I think working that into consideration with the rest of the network would be great. I mean, if I were to look at dream transit infrastructure projects, I actually wrote about this for a municipal finance class in my MSCPL program at the University of Toronto. I would either consider extending the Ontario line west from Dundas, getting it to hook down to the Queensway and run until Sherway and interchange with Line 2, or making a spur of the 507, 508, 501 corridor from Humber Loop along the Queensway to that same place. Or even looking at, more bus service or possible light rail along some of those north-south too, because with Lakeshore, there's the waterfront west, but I think transit is very much something that needs to be addressed. We're in this watershed moment of shifting from predominant car use to more walking, more cycling, and more train use in the area too. I mean, it's imperative we go at this work like Park Lawn Go and Mimico Go. I mean, Park Lawn Go is not currently going forward because of negotiations collapsing at the Christie site, but Mimico Go has been threatened with closure in recent times and is also behind on AODA compliance. And I mean, Long Branch Go could risk being very similar. So I mean, not only have we wanted like the transit-oriented uses and communities around there, but it's that the rest of the network needs to flow seamlessly and have all those connections. Like the Go buses themselves don't run east, like pick up from these commuter stations east of approximately Oakville or Port Credit Go. We often just get skipped over. So it's like having more of that mind to connecting not only within the TTC and connecting people on these new developments to transit, but to other regional agencies to My Way, to Go, is going to be extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy? No? Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll go now to questions of staff. Deputy Mayor Morley.
I think I can control my own mic in this setting. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Thaddeus, for joining us. Always appreciate your thoughtful submissions and participation in our processes here. I have a number of questions of staff, and I will try to get through them fairly quickly, starting with thanks for this great work. We note in this report that the Queensway is already growing faster than the city overall, and the report shows it could experience even more dramatic growth in the coming years. In the area, about 66% of trips were made by auto, which is 24% higher than the citywide average. How would this area function if it grows as projected based on a development pipeline and maintains a similar auto trip mode share?
Through the chair, I think it's safe to say that if the same mode split continues with the growth that could happen on the Queensway, it would become even more congested. That I don't think that the answer is to just keep things the way they are with adding all those people.
Thank you. What is planned with respect to major transit projects or transportation strategies to stay ahead of this growth?
So Through the chair, one of the things we will be doing is a more detailed analysis of the Queensway. We've been doing at the staff level some work within transportation planning to understand what's going on with development and to start to think through those implications of the development. And we'll be working with our colleagues in transportation services and the TTC to fill that out a little bit more with more detail, figuring out how we can through capital projects or through service improvements or development applications try to improve the conditions along that corridor and in the surrounding area.
Great. And to that point, there's a suggested Queensway mobility study being put in the queue. Is that something that we need to do through council direction? And if so, and either way, what is the timeline for that study?
So we have that on our work plan. We are working, we need to work through what the timing can be in terms of aligning with the TTC and transportation services to be able to carry that out and to make sure we've got the resources. I don't think we need formal direction to do that. We're already doing that, and we see that starting, I'm hoping, sometime in 26 and 27.
Great, thank you. With respect to Humber Bay Shores, we know that it's planned to be served by the Park Lawn Go. Is there an expected delivery timeline for the Park Lawn Go or any certainty around that project?
Through the speaker, unfortunately, we have no sense of when the Park Lawn Go will be delivered because of the current pause on the part of the developer. I was having conversations with Metrolinx today, and there's no greater certainty from the provincial level right now, although I think it's safe to say that that the province is also seized with this issue.
So safe to also say that the city doesn't ultimately have control over the delivery or the timeline of this project. Is that a fair
That's
statement?
a fair statement, yes.
Is the city making decisions for higher order transit planning based on the assumed existence of a Park Lawn Go station?
Through the speaker, if you're getting at the fact that we have an MTSA defined in that area, we have been assuming, yes, that the station would be there, and the existing development and what we're seeing in the pipeline certainly supports that the station would happen.
And so this piece of work through this report is hopefully helpful to illuminate some of the delays in that aspect of the project for further planning decisions in the short term. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement, along with the motions that council passed in the previous cycle that direct staff to do some further work related to development there.
Great. For the TTC, in the focus areas, the TTC says that existing service is meeting existing demand and service increases would not ultimately be warranted. We do know, however, that when the 508 streetcar returned, there was an 8% ridership increase between Long Branch and downtown. Isn't 8% in ridership fairly significant? And doesn't this indicate that if we provide better transit, more people will take it?
Through the chair, the 8% increase cannot just be attributed by the reintroduction of the 508. It is actually general growth throughout the corridor. We can attribute that to the return to travel from post-pandemic, as well as the introduction of one fare with the GO Transit network. We do see that the 508 is being used in the network, but most of the transit ridership is actually seen increasing on the 507, which is the Lakeshore streetcar, and the GO network as well.
Okay, that's time. I just need to do a couple of quick things, or actually one quick thing. Councillor Myers needs to go. For the remaining members, we will have bare quorum. I think we're going to be done easily within the hour. What time do you have to leave? Okay. We have maybe 3 deputants left on 2 items in total. Is there any way somebody can stay for 15 more minutes? Pardon me? 15 minutes? Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Okay. All right. Members, just quickly, earlier I called Tim Ellis on this item. He had been with us all day and literally stepped away for 1 minute. Do you mind if we have him on to do his deputation quickly? Okay. Hi, Tim. Please be quick. We're struggling to keep quorum.
Understood. Thank you so much. I'm speaking today in support of the motion. I am a resident along Queensway, and it is supremely frustrating to see both Mimico Go and now Parkland Go be delayed on their improvements for construction. So I'm keen to see the city do what we can. I understand we're kind of at the mercy of the province, but I am keen to see the city do what it can to deliver transit in this area. We're seeing a lot of growth. We should see growth. I'm looking forward to housing prices coming down, but we need that transit development to coincide with it. So please do support the motion. Thanks.
Tim, you're my new hero. 35 seconds. Thank you so much. Any questions of the
Cheers.
deputant? No? Thank you. Tim, thank you so much. And thank your helper for us as well.
Yes, thank you so much for your patience with us. Cheers.
Okay. Any further questions of staff on this? No? To speak? Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have one other, but that's okay. I will save it for now. I just wanted to make a couple important points. Again, with thanks to staff for this really important work. We've really appreciated connecting in with them and having this opportunity. Etobicoke-Lakeshore has the largest population of any ward in Toronto, and we are also one of the fastest growing. Despite this, we are not seeing investment or prioritization from the city or the province for transit projects to address those growth pressures. Humber Bay Shores has been referred to as a transit desert. All of that density was built with no transit support. A GO station has been promised, but is supposed to be delivered through a P3, where the developer has complete control over the timeline, and if they don't move forward with their project, we don't get a transit station. The Queensway is set to grow significantly. That density is not as spread out as it looks from the focus area, as most of it is concentrated between Kipling and Islington. In the past, I've asked for comparable areas of the city that have similar existing or planned density without nearby access to higher order transit, and I haven't been given an answer. The Portlands will be served by the East Harbour Transit Hub currently under construction with the Ontario line and by the Waterfront East LRT currently advancing through the design process. Golden Mile will be served by the Eglinton Crosstown, which despite the issues there will be operating before the real growth comes. Liberty Village will finally get a transit relief when the Ontario line is operating. It can take upwards of an hour and a half to get downtown from Humber Bay Shores using transit. It's no wonder people are choosing their cars. It's faster and more convenient. Now let's consider that Etobicoke-Lakeshore is also a destination on its own. The secret is out about our wonderful parks and waterfront. Go stand at the corner of Parkland and Lakeshore on a sunny afternoon. It's incredibly busy and a bottleneck consistently. We have huge employment areas, lots of people moving through the ward. All of this adds to a growing congestion issue that needs to be addressed by real transit initiatives as we continue to grow. We need the city and the province to work together to get the Parkland Go built. We need the city to prioritize our Waterfront West LRT, and we need the city to develop a real transportation plan to support the Queensway. It's my hope and expectation that the results of this report and all of the great information contained herein will help to further steward conversations that I know are active and ongoing with senior leaders and with the province, and we thank them for that work. But we need to be responsible stewards of this growth, especially in suburban centers and suburban areas like Etobicoke that has not experienced this level of growth and density. If we are not ensuring, securing, and delivering the necessary infrastructure to underpin this growth, it is not it's going to continue to not be welcome by many members of our community, and we really want to get to a balance as we absorb the growth and move forward in a good way. So thank you to my colleagues for allowing me the opportunity to be here to address this important city building opportunity in my ward, and we'll continue our work with staff on this issue. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for finding that faster gear. Any other speakers on the item? No? I'll just move it. All those in favor, opposed, carried. So we move now to, I lost my piece of paper. Item PH 2610, permanent closure of a portion of a public lane at 6666Y 3rd Street. Before we do this, members, I'm just going to read a little bit of guidance. The Planning and Housing Committee welcomes comments from members of the public in writing and as presenters to our meetings. We understand individuals are passionate and committed to their views on a given subject. Hearing from the public is very important and part of how local democracy works. As chair of this committee, I'm required to enforce the rules for public presentations in accordance with Council's procedures. I want to remind everyone speaking today of those rules. Public presenters to committee must not speak disrespectfully of anyone, must not use offensive language, and speak only about the subject on which the committee invited them to make a public presentation. And for a reminder, the issue in front of us has to do with a laneway, strictly a laneway. Okay, we have a couple of deputants on this item. First, Natasha Mystery. Natasha, I understand you're online?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Welcome,
You have
thank
5
you.
minutes.
Thank you. To the chair and members of the committee, I'm writing to oppose the permanent closure of the public laneway at 66 and 66Y 3rd Street. This laneway, as well as the trees on the site, are part of an essential public infrastructure. This is a portion of a parking lot that provides safe off-street parking to an educational institute, law offices, multiple health services, realty offices, salons, restaurants, shopping, and more. The lot provides access to and ensures the economic viability of our community, which depends on it. Once the public right-of-way is closed, the community loses it forever. Decisions like this should only be made when there is clear public benefit, and that has not been demonstrated here. Furthermore, the Planning and Housing Committee does not have jurisdiction to conduct the statutory hearing for this laneway closure. This is a matter of statutory compliance under Section 38 of the City of Toronto Act and a matter of delegated authority under Chapter 27 of the Toronto Municipal Code. Under Section 38 of the City of Toronto Act 2006, permanent road closures require public notice and an opportunity for affected persons to be heard. City Council has delegated these statutory hearings to community councils as set out in Municipal Code Chapter 27. Toronto's established practice is for permanent road and laneway closures to be reviewed first by the relevant community council before council enacts the closure bylaw. Routing this hearing to the Planning and Housing Committee raises several serious concerns and prevents those most affected from being democratically involved in the process. The proper venue is the Etobicoke-York Community Council with notice provided under Chapter 162 before any closure bylaw proceeds to City Council. The permanent laneway closure will pave the way for significant changes to the character, safety, and livability of the area. Good planning requires transparency, public engagement, and respect for local context. None of those principles have been met here, and the laneway closure is not a technicality. It is a consequential step that will reshape how this street functions and how safe it is for the people who live here now and or near it. I respectfully urge the committee to ensure that this matter is referred to the Etobicoke-York Community Council in keeping with established practice, statutory requirements, and the principles of procedural fairness. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, the next deputant I have listed is Plinio Horst. I understand you're online.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to you, Mr. Chair, committee members. The hearing for the closure of this laneway, according to Municipal Code Chapter 27, historically would have been held at the Etobicoke-York Community Council. Despite this parcel of land being tied to a citywide project, the lane closure is specific to this particular site and affects only the adjoining residents and businesses. By bypassing the community council, the city is denying residents access to their designated local forum. It's important to note there is a seniors residence abutting the north and west sides of the lot where this lane closure is being proposed. I don't need to go into detail about how important accessibility is for these neighboring residents. Despite its ties to a citywide project, it is no different than many other permanent lane closures that have been considered in recent years by community councils. Notably, the Agincourt Drive closure for Metrolink's GO expansion program at Agincourt GO Station. Despite the citywide significance of the project, the closure was still considered at Scarborough Community Council. The cycling network plan is another example. It's a citywide strategy with local decision-making. Lastly, our councillor, Amber Morley, doesn't sit on the Planning and Housing Committee, which means the residents of Etobicoke-Lakeshore will lose their representative voice. This must be heard at Etobicoke York Community Council, consistent with Section 38 of the City of Toronto Act, council procedures, precedent, accessibility, and principles of local representation. One more thing in regard to the financial impact on this item. It states there are no financial implications. However, this lot at 66 3rd Street was allowed to be converted into a parking lot from 2 existing residential homes in order to support the local businesses. To say the closure of this lane has no financial impact is worrisome and questionable at best. The businesses on Lakeshore are very much still there and will be affected by this closure. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No, seeing none. I'm just going to ask a couple quick questions of staff. First, was proper notice given of this item coming before this committee?
Yes, appropriate notice was given and it's posted online with the item.
Thank you. And secondly, is the item properly before the Planning and Housing Committee?
Chair, the item was received by the clerk's office in time for the agenda closing deadline for the Planning and Housing Committee. The agenda item that gave rise to the request was a Planning and Housing Committee item that went to City Council. The matter of a public lane closure is not a delegated item to Community Council, and as such, there is no requirement that it heard at any specific committee, and therefore, in the opinion of the clerk, it was properly submitted to this committee.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of staff? No, seeing none. I'm going to move the item. All those in favor? Oh, you have, yeah? Sure, go ahead, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have a motion here that City Council refer this item to the Etobicoke York Community Council in accordance with Section 27 of the Toronto Municipal Code. I just don't agree with the rationale for why a lane closure, and since you were very specific that this is about a lane closure, that it's here in front of Planning and Housing. I understand that it's allowed to be, but I don't think that it should be. And I think we should be consistent with the procedures in order to maintain public trust and confidence. So that's the motion, and that's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to the item? No? On the motion to refer it, all those in favor? Recorded vote. All those in favor? Councillor Bradford. All those opposed? Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Perks, Councillor Matlow. Okay, on the item, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, that leaves us with item 2616, automated external defibrillator. Wow, it's been a long meeting. Defibrillator. Access in high-rise buildings. Oh my God, I'm just barely getting through here. Okay, Roberta Scott. Roberta Scott. Oh, hi, Roberta. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, it's on now. Thanks. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak to the City of Toronto Planning and Housing Committee today. My name is Roberta Scott, and I'm the co-founder of AED Foundation Ontario. AED Foundation Ontario is a nonprofit agency dedicated to improving sudden cardiac arrest survival in the community. Our mission is to increase the use of AEDs, automatic external defibrillators, through promotion, advocacy, and education. The AED Foundation's vision is to dramatically improve the accessibility of AEDs through a central registry and 911 integration, and the AED Foundation is the official AED registrar for the province of Ontario. We are currently building the provincial registry and collecting the locations of all the public AEDs across Ontario for the Ministry of Health to eventually be integrated into 911. As Ontario's official AED registrar, AED Foundation Ontario is helping municipalities ensure AEDs are properly registered, maintained, and integrated with the 911 system. This connection will empower ambulance communications officers to guide callers to the nearest AED during emergencies, improving outcomes and saving lives. Our mandate for the province comes from Bill 141, the Defibrillator Registration and Public Access Act. Before co-founding the foundation, I had a very rewarding 32-year career as an advanced care paramedic with the City of Toronto. My AED Foundation co-founder, John Lane, who is our CEO, was also an advanced care paramedic in Toronto for over 30 years. John and I spent our careers responding to a wide range of medical emergencies, many of which were people of all ages who died due to suffering a sudden cardiac arrest. When someone suffers a sudden cardiac arrest, if CPR is started and an AED is used, the chances of survival go up as much as 60 to 70%. That statistic alone tells us all how vital AEDs are in saving lives. But very often when paramedics arrive at the scene of a sudden cardiac arrest, no CPR is being performed and no AED is found or used. And when this is the case, all the advanced medical interventions that we as paramedics can perform on arrival are unlikely to resuscitate our patients. When teaching a layperson what to do when they witness a sudden cardiac arrest, we use the term chain of survival. There are 5 links in that chain: early recognition and action, so calling 911, early CPR, early defibrillation with an AED, early advanced care, which is the paramedics, and post-cardiac arrest care in the hospital. When AEDs are not used, a vital link in that chain of survival is lost. But we can do better, we must do better, because lives depend on it. I still vividly recall one of my patients many years ago. He was an 18-year-old and out for the night with friends in downtown Toronto. He had no history of any medical or heart problems, a perfectly healthy young man, but he had unexpectedly suffered a sudden cardiac arrest. No one was doing CPR, and there was no AED being used. This young man died. But CPR and a shock from an AED may have saved his life. Those calls are some of my most difficult and heart-wrenching, and I never forget them. John and I became paramedics to help people and save lives. And because at AED Foundation we know that more can be done to save more people who suffer sudden cardiac arrest, we're passionate about being proactive when it comes to AED awareness. I'd like to commend Councillor Carroll for her motion, which is advocating to increase AED accessibility and use in Toronto, and to highlight that the information in her brief about the very low incidence of AED use is very true and is of great concern to all of us who are interested in improving the health and safety of Toronto residents and saving lives. According to Heart and Stroke Foundation, there are approximately 60,000 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests in Canada every year. That's 1 every 9 minutes. Currently, we know that AEDs are used in only about 3% of cardiac arrests. And we also know that for every minute delay in CPR and AED use, the chances of survival from a sudden cardiac arrest go down 10%. Therefore, that lack of both accessibility and use of AEDs is greatly impacting survival rates. The good news is we can change this. We can improve survival rates. We can make a significant improvement in the number of lives saved. We want every citizen to have a quick and life-saving access to an AED in the incidence of a sudden cardiac arrest. The motion before you is taking that first step by looking at ways that the city can expand AED access in residential and high-rise buildings. With the implementation of the provincial AED registry coming in 2026, the 911 dispatcher will be able to guide the caller to the closest AED. So having all AEDs in the City of Toronto.
Roberta, thank you. That's your time.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. Final deputant, Brady Carballo Hambleton. Brady, we're very tight on time here. And I've got to ask you to keep your remarks short if you possibly can.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Chair, committee members, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'll keep this very brief because I know it's been a long day. I'm Brady Carballo Hambleton, Senior Vice President with Heart and Stroke of Ontario, and I'm here to strongly support Councillor Carroll's motion in proud partnership with the AED Foundation of Ontario to expand access to AEDs in Toronto's residential buildings. Roberta has laid out all the facts and stats, so I won't go into that, but I'll just say by making AEDs accessible in high-rise buildings, especially those with many seniors, Toronto can save lives and set a national example, and Heart and Stroke stands ready to help with expertise and public education. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the quickness of your deputation. Are there any questions of staff? No? Any need to speak? No? I'll move the item. All those in favor, opposed, carried. That's it. We're finished. Nancy says we can go home. Thank you all so much. Thank you to the clerks. Councillor Bradford, thanks for giving us the extra few minutes. Have a great evening, everybody.